Today is November 4th, 2025. It's 5:30, and I'm calling to order the City Council meeting in Durango, Colorado. Could we have roll call?
Councilor Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilor Koso.
Here.
Mayor Yazzie.
Here.
Councilor Beal.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
He just stepped out. Yeah. He's here.
I'll note his time when he
Okay.
returns. The next item on the agenda is the reading of the Indigenous Land Acknowledgement.
This is a call to honor and respect Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination. As residents and visitors of Durango, we are called upon to educate ourselves about the history and cultural heritage of the land we inhabit. The city of Durango is situated on the ancestral homelands and territories of the Nuchu, Ute, Jicarilla Apache, Pueblos of New Mexico, Hopi-Sinom, Hopi, and Dene Navajo nations. The original stewards of this land were forcibly removed and exposed to countless atrocities by the United States government, including repeatedly broken treaties, forced assimilation, the tragic legacy of Indian boarding schools, and the loss of ancestral homelands. We recognize lasting generational trauma exists within Native communities today. We affirm the continuing importance of ancestral sites to descendant communities as integral to the living cultural landscape. This acknowledgement only becomes meaningful when combined with accountable relationships and informed actions. May this serve as a step toward inclusion and reconciliation.
The next item on the agenda is the introduction of the translator.
Liz, if you want to unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. I can still hear somebody else talking, but hi, good afternoon. My name is Liz Torres, and I am here with my colleague, Ruby Mauricio, so that we can interpret for you and everyone can hear in the language of their heart. So if you will, please, once you need interpretation, go to the More menu and click Language and Speech. And then go to Languages and Speech, and you will be able to see it. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Liz Torres y estoy aquí con mi colega, Ruby Mauricio. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. There is some sort of background where I can hear myself talking like a minute ago. So I don't know if that's going to be an issue. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Liz Torres y estoy aquí con mi colega Ruby Mauricio y el día de hoy seremos sus intérpretes de español para que todo el mundo pueda todo el mundo pueda hablar y escuchar en el idioma de su corazón. Por favor, seleccione el menú de más y allí puede seleccionar el idioma de español. We can go ahead and get started.
Next item up is opening remarks by Mayor and Council.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I've just got a short statement. As a city, we had a very tough week last week. I left our community meeting and saw a crowd of individuals hurling some of their worst towards our police and towards city leadership. I've never seen such a disconnect between that day's positive actions from city council as well as city staff versus what the crowd told us that evening. Our mayor and city manager did an excellent job in calling a quick community meeting following the events, and everyone showed great patience in allowing individuals to express their very real pain and frustration from ICE activities. The city did a remarkable job connecting with national representatives whose offices were immediately responsive to a travesty of justice, and those offices truly held the best chance to stop this tragedy from getting worse. All the city was working to solve the situation and get this family back home to Durango, and the protesters ignored that fact. The community has to work together to blunt the impacts made by ICE, and I hope we see more coordination in the near future as we continue to address this issue. City leadership, city staff, and our city police are doing a lot of work unacknowledged by certain groups, and I felt I needed to point that out for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up would be proclamations and presentations, with a proclamation recognizing November 2025 as American Indian Heritage Month.
Read this. The proclamation, National American Indian Heritage Month. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation and the state of Colorado have been significantly influenced by the American Indians and indigenous peoples, and whereas we recognize the Nuu-chee Utes as the oldest continuous residents and stewards of the land we now know as the state of Colorado, whereas we recognize the contributions of the American Indians have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of the United States of America today, and whereas their customs, sovereignty, and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of a rich legacy throughout the United States, and whereas the city of Durango is on historic homelands and presently is neighbors to the sovereign nations of the Southern Ute Tribe and the Ute Mountain Tribe, whereas Native American Awareness Week began in 1976 and recognition was expanded by Congress and approved by President George Bush in August 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month, and I, Gilda Yazzie, Mayor of Durango, Colorado, do hereby proclaim November 2025 as National American Indian Heritage Month. Here we go. Congrats. Thank you.
And I would say 3 words.
Sure.
My name is Patricia Joy. I am an officer of the Sarah Platt Decker DAR, Daughters of the American Revolution. It is with great pleasure that I come before you to proclaim November National American Indian Heritage Month. Leslie Orr, who stands with me, is the DAR chairperson of the American Indian Committee and has done much work to make the Durango City Proclamation a reality. We are proud of the history and culture that Native Americans have shared with all Americans and celebrate the contributions of Native Americans toward freedom, prosperity, and all that makes America great. Thank you very much. Okay, here.
Wait, let me pose. Thank you, Mayor Yazzie, for doing this.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. You bet. Thank you so much. Thanks again. You bet.
The next item is city manager updates.
Nothing to report this council meeting.
Next would be committee, board, and liaison reports.
Mayor, pretty short this last couple of weeks. I attended the Civics Roundup meeting at Mountain Middle School. Councilor Buell also was there during the day. I participated in a 4-person panel discussing civic engagement in our community and why it was important. And yeah, it's really good to see how middle schoolers are interacting with civic engagement and how the rest of the community kind of sees it. So it was really good. Also, I have my office hours tomorrow, Wednesday, November 5th, 10 a.m. in the library foyer. So come on out. It's going to be a great time. Hopefully we want to give out numbers for everybody like apparently Councilor Buell needed last time. But yeah, come on out and I will hopefully see y'all there. Thanks.
Bring a sign-up sheet, actually. Just kidding. Okay, perfect. I was at Civics Day as well at Mountain Middle School. I did a presentation to the entire school about community engagement and what it means to be a part of a community and how we're all a part of various communities within our lives every day and how you can best interact and be engaged and hopefully rise everyone up together to make your communities the best they can be. I was standing between them and ice cream. And so it was a tough spot to be in. So I kept it short and sweet, but it was was fun. I also met with some Bike Durango representatives about the Animas River Trail speed limit that we have coming up and some good ideas. And so that'll be some good discussion tonight, I think. And then I did interviews for the airport and Board of Ethics commissions. So that was my week. There you go. And then, oh, I am not going to make it tomorrow to the Alliance meeting. And I was wondering if you'd cover for city representative since you go and attend anyways. Thank you. I meant to ask you that outside and forgot. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, so on the 23rd, I did the FAB financial tour of some of our capital projects that we have going on in Durango. And I learned a lot about how they're going about looking at the cost for these things. And on the 24th, I did the local Indigenous leaders Zoom and just got updated on some of the national issues. And the 25th was actually one of my most exciting presentations because I did 2 sessions for the Girl Scouts, and it was also about civics. So we learned all about how to vote and what being a responsible person means. And these were very interesting young women. And then on the 27th, I gave the introduction at the morning outdoor media summit down here at the train station, and that was a really invigorating session because we had probably about 250 participants throughout the nation come to Durango to do media about outdoor products. It was really interesting. And then, of course, on the 28th, I went down to the speed plan down with Engage Durango and met a few of the residents from the community and talked to them about why we're doing a speed management plan. And then, of course, on the 30th, we had the special meeting about some of the incidents that happened here in Durango concerning ICE. And I felt we did a pretty good job pulling it together and getting clear information out there and soothing some of the concerns by some of the residents. So I appreciate everybody for attending, and I thank you very much.
Next up would be public comment on items under consideration for adoption. If we could have the recording, Tom.
Public comment is encouraged on agenda items set for consideration and a vote by the council tonight. Public comments on items not set for consideration by the council come later in the meeting. Please begin your comments by stating the agenda item set for a vote you intend to speak on, your full name, and if you are a resident of the city of Durango. Make your comments directly to the council. Do not expect a response from the council or staff. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, unless modified by the council. Unused time is not transferable to other speakers. Comments must be specific to the item you identified when you began your comments. Profanity, hate speech, personally derogatory remarks, speech unrelated to the item you identified, or other speech that is disruptive to the meeting will be ruled out of order by the chair, and any remaining time will be forfeited by the speaker. Exceeding the time limit infringes on the rights of others and is out of order. Only a majority vote of the council can modify time limits. Please note, you must sign up prior to the mayor calling the item on the agenda. Signing up after the item is called will result in your name not being called to speak.
Question for this attorney. We do have one person signed up under 10.1, the public hearing on the budget. I would assume that person would speak during that item. Okay, thank you. Then the first person signed up to speak under 11.3, the resolution considering the immigration task force is Jay Conlon.
Good evening. My name is Jay Conlon. I am a proud resident of Durango, Colorado, and I'm here to reiterate my previous stance and continued stance that compañeros and CERC must be included in the immigration task force. It is important that their voices are heard, considered, and listened to in this regard. I'm also here to say that I support any resolution that calls for a formal investigation into ICE and DHS actions on 1027 and 1028. And I'm here to request that City Council waive all parking tickets issued on 1029, on 1027, 1028, 1029, or any day that week while residents protested the illegal detention of children. I want to say that our community deserves safety, accountability, and truth, and that we will not let our pain be erased. Thank you.
Next up is Chris Cottrell.
Thanks. I thought I had more time to write my comments. Yeah, I'm Chris Cottrell. I've been here before. I live on the grid. It's good to see you all again. First and foremost, I want to underscore how important I think this task force is, this immigration task force is, and how important it'll be to have representatives from Compañeros and CERC on board. That seems very obvious to me. I also fully support Councilor Gonzalez's resolution for a formal investigation. And of course, I support waiving parking tickets. Who wants a parking ticket, especially for people protesting such a justified and righteous thing? And I know DPD was already lenient. I know they already didn't ticket half the road, but what harm can it do? You know, come on. Finally, I've lived here for 5 years. I moved here to work in wilderness therapy, and I developed some of the deepest friendships I've ever experienced and like the deepest sense of community. I've never experienced that anywhere else. So I love this place. And since Open Sky, my community has expanded to include the town and the county and even the region. And I care deeply about the integrity and health of this community. And I want to offer something, and I want to offer it with humility. It's something I'm noticing, at least I think I'm noticing, and I'm not saying I'm right, but I do feel called to remind everyone up on this dais, in DPD, in the Rapid Response Network, everyone involved, that we are all in this together, and everyone is doing their best most of the time. Counselors, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I am greatly appreciative of everything you do. I know you sit up there and sometimes you listen to invective and you just have to take it. And I know that's hard. I would encourage you to remember that it may seem like people are angry at you. We're just angry at injustice, and it's never okay to call people names. But I see room for improvement in how you hold this community's anger is all. And I hope you can keep that in mind. We see what you're doing and we appreciate it. And this is democracy and it's going to be messy and there may not always be decorum. And that's okay because we're just a bunch of squishy people in a really hard time. So thanks a lot.
Next is Jane Ferrara.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mark, nice shirt. My name's Jane, and I've been here for 5 years. I'm grateful to call this place my home and serve this community as a social worker. I hope to be up here as a voice. Thank you for this platform, for my clients and so many people that I work with on the streets that might be terrified to come here and speak. I'm here to say that when forming the city's task force to address immigration enforcement and community safety, it is essential that the composition of this task force places Compañeros, Four Corners Immigration Resource Center, and CERT at the center. These are the organizations that have earned trust. They are already doing the work of protecting families, providing resources, and advocating for the safety of immigrants in our region. Additionally, for the task force to be productive, it would be healthy and necessary to bring in a skilled external facilitator, someone experienced in complex formal justice and community-centered conflict resolution, someone like Lindsay. Yeah, and to piggyback off what Chris said, not calling timeouts and not taking it personally. And I'm grateful that you guys are up here and listening to so much anger and fire, which could be fuel and generative if we work together. And so thank you for that. But yeah, I don't know what you guys are paid, and thanks for hearing it, but putting up more of a wall to not take it personally and to hold it better, yeah, would be generative. And I hope that, yeah, DPD and city council and the people and all the fiery young ones that have a lot of power can come together. And I don't know what is created with that, but I'm here for it. Thank you.
Next is Brittany Bitsley.
Hello, Yat A, Shea, Brittany Betsilian, Shiaki, Ani Nishlan, Tanazatni Bashashin, Tada, Tabaha Dasha do Kitachini Dashanele. The Benetsa, Kinslana de Ado Ashkedan. Hello, my name is Brittany Betsili. I've lived here in Durango for a very long time. I want to say good evening, counselors. I speak tonight as an Indigenous person living in a predominantly white community. As I said, I've lived here for over 11 years, so I know that in moments like this, allyship is not symbolic. It is a responsibility. So for communities like mine, back on the res, we understand deeply what it means to need protection, and we know what it means when institutions fail to provide it. So that is why it's essential that this city chooses to stand with our immigrant neighbors now. And so I have a few requests upon that. First, the Immigration Task Force must include Compañeros and Colorado Community Rights Coalition, also known as CIRC. These are the organizations that our community trusts, and they must be at the table if we're committed to real accountability and safety. Might I emphasize safety, because we all know it was not that. Second, I'm asking you to support Councillor Gonzalez's resolution 14.3 calling for a formal investigation into ICE and DHS actions that happened on October 27th and 28th. What happened to families and children and so many of my friends and people that I hold close and near and dear to my heart in our wonderful community cannot be ignored or minimized or explained away. I think our community deserves the truth. And finally, I ask that the city waive those parking tickets that were issued on October 29th and 30th and any of those dates that residents gathered in protest. And just a quick reminder, community members showed up to defend illegally detained children. They should not be punished for choosing courage, for willingly exposing themselves to trauma and a lot of, well, while I can say that, yeah, we're just getting our emotional callus started for what's to come, I don't think it's necessary to punish them for being courageous and standing up for their neighbors. And also to say clearly, our community deserves safety, accountability, and truth. And we just ask you to ensure that our values are reflected in decisions that you make tonight. Yeah, thank you.
Next is Hillary Bernhardt online.
Hi, my name is Hillary Bernhardt. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I guess.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I've been living in this community for the past 5 years, and I'm a local attorney here. I would request that the task force call for the public release of all of the DPD's footage from the events on October 29th and October 30th. I think that seeing exactly what was said by the DPD to the Colorado State Patrol and to ICE officials would help give much needed transparency to the situation that occurred and the level of DPD's involvement. I would also request that the state drop any citations against individuals that were present at the protest. And I would request that Chief Current recant any statements characterizing the protest as violent or the protesters themselves as violent. I would also request that the task force continue to look into any potential zoning violations that may have occurred at this facility. The facility is zoned as industrial light. It is unclear to me if any occupancy was allowed in that building overnight, especially for 36 hours, as we are all well aware that the children and their father were held for. I would request that the task force look into these zoning violations and potentially issue any ordinances against this building and work towards ensuring that the ICE facility can no longer be open within Durango and that it is shut down for good. And I would also like to piggyback off all of the requests that were made by community members tonight and ensure that individuals from these organizations, such as Compañeros, who are doing the work on the ground, are present at the table and are a part of this task force. Thank you.
The last person on this item is Beatriz Garcia, in person and speaking Spanish. Okay.
I'm Beatriz Garcia. I work for Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition. You probably all know me, and I am not prepared today. I'm just speaking from my heart. It's been a very difficult week. I has been with the mother who has been in very difficult situation. My question to you is to touch your heart, because you have the decisions that you can make. When I hear from this city council that this was a federal issue, I deny myself to believe that, because that's not true. When we have a leadership, local leadership that takes on actions that protects your constituents, and not only the constituents that can vote, but the constituents that can do the economy and make the economy for your place. They are living in this community with fear. I just don't believe that there is nothing that we can do. We're here to make decisions to protect our community, not only immigrants, not only the people can vote, but the people can be protected with all different ways. And that's why I am here, to believe with you that we can create a task force that make the difference in this country, not only in Colorado, because I'm fighting for this mother to make a change, not only in Colorado, but this is the example of how we can change things in the federal level. I do believe that these changes start with you, because you're making those decisions. But it's only also with the community that has been here and has showing up every day, standing up for those kids, that mother and that father that are and have been separated. You are the public officials. You are here and standing up to protect your constituents, the people of Durango, who has been really hard hurt for what happened the whole week. This whole week has been painful. It's been a week where these kids has been without their mother. Thank you for listening.
The next 5 folks have signed up to speak on item 12.11, which is the ordinance for speed restrictions on multi-use trails. The first to speak is Amy Voigt.
Mayor, can I get you guys to do a motion to suspend the rules on those last comments, since they didn't stick to the 11.3 topic, just to reflect in the minutes the rules were suspended. So just need a motion acclamation vote, so it gets reflected. in the
Make a motion to suspend the rules for the last speaker.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Voigt. I am a resident of the city of Durango, and I'd like to speak on the speed limit that you guys are considering on the Animas River Trail. I am a frequent bike commuter, e-bike commuter, and normal commuter. I bike from around North City Market to just down the street where my office is almost every day. My bike has a speedometer on it, so I'm well aware of how fast I'm going and how fast others are going. And I'd just like to make the comment that I don't oppose setting a speed limit. I ride on our roads frequently, and I'm often frustrated when a car passes me rapidly and over the speed limit and too close. And so I get the frustration from our pedestrians on that. I do, however, think 10 miles per hour is way too slow as a speed limit. I think it's an ideal passing speed, but as a limit, I think it does not consider cyclists. Most cyclists can generally cycle without even e-assist around 10 to 12 miles per hour without even really trying. I often see people passing on the Animas River Trail at about that speed with no conflicts. I typically pass around the 11, 12 mile per hour speed limit and have not encountered any pedestrians who've gotten angry at me. I also want to flag for you, I did a lot of research and no cities that I could find in the state of Colorado have a 10 mile per hour speed limit on their multi-use paths. Almost all the ones I saw have a 15 mile per hour limit. That's City of Denver, City of Boulder, Steamboat, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, you name it. All the ones I looked up were 15 miles per hour. I'd also like to just comment that at 10 to 12 miles per hour, most people who are not riding an e-assist wouldn't even know that they're going that speed, because the only way you know you're going that speed is if you have a bike computer. Those cost $250 on average. And so it'd be really hard to enforce that and expect people to be able to follow that reasonably. I think at 15, it's pretty obvious you're going pretty fast, and it's not unreasonable to set that as a speed limit, I think, on the Animas River Trail. That's pretty much all I have to say on this. Thank you for taking my comment, and I appreciate it.
Next up is Joe Hannaran.
Hello, Council. My name is Joe Hanrahan. I'm a resident of Durango. I'm also the owner of Durango Cyclery. I'd like to echo what she said. 10 miles an hour is just too slow. It's an unrealistic speed to expect cyclists to ride and pass people. That's almost like wheel wobbling slow, particularly for a lot of the cargo bikes that are carting kids and families around safely on the path rather than braving it on the streets around here. I'd say this proposed ordinance, it raises a lot more questions and issues than I think it would provide answers to when the problem is etiquette amongst users on the bike path. A couple of these questions I would have that I would hope you would consider. How are we going to define being around other users? Where does that threshold start on the pass where a law enforcement officer might have a radar gun? How close do I have to be when I have to start worrying about my speed on the path to other users? How is that going to be measured, enforced, and provable in court? Because I guarantee you the first person that gets a ticket is going to make a big legal stink about this. It's just going to be messy. Will users need to have visible speedometers? How will we know how fast we're going? Because again, 10 miles an hour is shockingly slow when you actually look at your speed when you're on the bike. What about the etiquette of other users? Dog walkers, they have their dogs on leash, but they're the extended leashes or they're long leashes that are going across the path. I love our tourist economy here, but what about the packs of tourists that are clogging the whole path, shoulder to shoulder, all the way across, and you just want to get around them? It just doesn't seem practical to give somebody a ticket trying to get by. Let's see, and I think this ordinance would likely cause more riders and commuters to move from the safe confines of the Animas and Florida paths out onto the street. And every day the streets are getting more crowded with bigger, faster, heavier vehicles, quieter vehicles as we get more and more electric cars. They're a lot heavier. And people are getting more distracted by the devices in their cars. If you ever look in the windows of stand at an intersection and watch people go by, see how many people are staring at their phone, despite our laws against that. And then quite honestly, as someone that works in the bike industry, I've been doing this for a long time. I've watched e-bikes, that part of the industry grow and grow. And now what's happening with these consumer direct e-mopeds and e-motorcycles that are being imported into the country under the auspices of a bicycle. Those are the problem. The young kids that are riding those are the problem, and the parents that are buying those for their kids without knowing how exactly they're going to be used are more of a problem. And I think that's an issue that should be addressed before we do the speed limit. Thanks for listening.
Next up is Chris Young.
Hi, Council. My name is Chris Young. I'm a longtime resident of Durango. To a certain degree, I'm just going to echo a lot of the points of the previous two speakers. I'm a regular bike commuter. I'm fully analog, so I don't have a fancy computer. I just pedal, and that's how fast I go. 10 miles an hour is a very arbitrarily slow speed, in my opinion. I've never gotten into a bike accident. I've been riding a bike in Durango since I was probably 4. And so I think setting a speed limit that's that low might create problems that you're not expecting. And then to echo kind of the points of the previous speakers, really what we're trying to curtail is just bad behavior. People not being courteous to other users of the multi-use bike path. And by setting a limit like that, you're going to drive people like me to riding my bike more on the road, which puts me in more danger for all the reasons outlined: more cars, more accidents, worse accidents. So I would strongly recommend you not adopt this speed limit. Thank you.
Next up is Andrew Alport, and he is online.
Andrew, you can unmute yourself and speak. Andrew, if you're there,
Yes.
you can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, my name is Andrew Alport. I'm the co-director of Bike Durango. I live in Durango, and we had the opportunity to bring some of our concerns to members of the City Council about this Animas River Trail ordinance, and I'm confident that city staff can revise the ordinance and make it clear and balance the safety for all users of the ART with some reasonable changes. And I have a lot of confidence that you will be able to do that. One thing that I wanted to suggest and that Bike Durango supports is that the ordinance be updated to allow class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes on the trail. It currently does not allow class 3 e-bikes. And those include most of the popular cargo bikes, which are used by parents to transport kids, groceries. They do have a top speed that would be higher than 10 or 15 miles per hour, or even 20. But that doesn't mean that they automatically go that speed, the same way that a car does not automatically attain its top speed just when you get on it. So we really feel that if we're going to make the ART a safe place for commuters, especially parents with these cargo bikes, which are frequently used in place of cars to transport kids, we shouldn't ban them from the trail, because banning them assumes there's some other safe space for them to ride, which at present we do not have, unless you think parents with kids on the back of their bike should be riding on the 550 bike lane, which I don't. So I fully support a clear ordinance that balances safety with the needs of all the trail users, and that supports the needs of all the bike commuters that have already spoken up. Thanks.
The last person to speak is Paul Drelichars online.
Paul, you can unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear
Can you
you.
guys? Oh, okay. After hearing all the other people speak, I'm kind of on board with these people. I've been in Durango since '92 and have been a mountain biker, road biker for all these years. The Animas Railroad Trail is kind of dangerous. There's articles that I have from a guy in the paper who wrote an article about the kids. I think if you're going to have a speed limit, maybe it should be age related to maybe 18 and under, so that the kids will understand that a Type 3 e-bike can go 28 miles an hour and you're walking 3 miles an hour. That's kind of like being on the road when the speed limit's 45 and you're riding on the road and the car goes by at 55. So maybe we could have the ordinance be for age related, because the adults are going to understand. It's the kids that have gone by, myself and my wife when we're walking the dog, that have just been fairly unruly. And that's not anybody's fault but the parents not knowing what they have purchased. So that's kind of what I have to say. There is hang on a second, I'm trying to come up with the article. A gentleman named Joe Sargent wrote an article in the paper. If anybody saw that, he talks about just what I was talking about. My wife and I will no longer walk on the Animas Railroad Trail because the kids are in packs and they come by really fast, and that's a parent problem, not really the kids, but the kids need to be educated. So somehow we need to educate that. And I guess that's what I have to say. So thank you.
And that concludes the public comment for this section. With your permission, Mayor, I'll go ahead and read the consent agenda. Consent agenda starts with 8.1, approval of minutes, with 8.1.1, approval of minutes of the City Council regular meeting of October 21st, 2025. 8.2 is final reading of ordinances, with 8.2.1, an ordinance considering the authorization of the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 1050 East 10th Street to the property owners at 1040 East 10th Street, placed for the sum of $900,000, and the conveyance of an easement for 80% of the property back to the city. 8.3 is adoptions of resolutions by consent, with 8.3.1 being a resolution approving the allocation of Renew grant funding. 8.3.2, a resolution approving the allocation of Durango Impact and Resiliency grant funding. 8.3.3, a resolution to establish an easement for Clear Networks to provide fiber optic utility service to the Mayo Aviation Hangar at Durango-La Plata County Airport. There are no other administrative items, no requests for public hearings. 8.6 is introduction of ordinances, with 8.6.1 An ordinance regarding the consideration of the annual operating appropriation ordinance for the budget year 2026. 8.6.2, an ordinance regarding the consideration of the annual capital annual appropriation ordinance for the budget year 2026. 8.6.3, an ordinance amending in pertinent part the Durango Code of Ordinances, Chapter 25, Utilities, Article 2, Water, Section 25 through 30, Charges, and Article 3, Sewers and Sewer Disposal, Section 25-114, Service Rates Surcharge. 8.6.4 is an ordinance stating that the city of Durango opts out of revising Durango's Code of Ordinances regarding the electric vehicle permitting processes as described in the Colorado House Bill 24-1173 prior to December 31st, 2025. 8.6.5 is an ordinance for text amendments to Chapter 27 of the City of Durango Code of Ordinances regarding non-functional turf, landscaping, and related definitions. And there are no requests for excused absences.
I have a request for excused absence, November 18th.
Okay.
And then I also would like to pull 8.2.1. Does anybody else want to pull anything?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda, removing 8.2.1.
Second.
Mayor Yazzie? Councilor Cosa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez? Councilor Buell?
Yes.
That brings us to 8.2.1.
Right.
Which is the ordinance of the city-owned property at 1050 East 10th Street.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance considering an authorization of the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 1050 East 10th Street Place to the property owners of 1040 East 10th Street Place for the sum of $900,000 and $0, and the conveyance of an easement for 80% of the property back to the city.
Second.
Could we get discussion? Okay, so I'm an advocate for open space in the city of Durango. And I do feel like selling space that has been dedicated to trails and it's up on the hillside would impact the beauty of Durango. I know that $800,000 sounds like a lot of money, but when you look at the long-term benefits of enjoying the beauty of empty space and enjoying the fact that we save the Mother Earth for trails and the enjoyment of the general public, I think that's more valuable than selling a piece of property that is dedicated to the public open enjoyment of the trails up the mountain and so forth. So I am against this resolution because I just think that we need to preserve our public lands.
Mayor, I'm just going to respectfully disagree. I think the land that's in question is not a real valuable public use at this point. This house is going to be built on the property that they purchased already. We're just allowing it to shift over to the left a little bit. I think this is a different vote if it was enabling a house to be built, but this house is going to be constructed. The funds that are going to be provided to the city, I think, enable us to improve the ABC trail that goes through there, the sky steps that are nearby, and do a lot of good with this revenue with very little loss. I also think the ability to adjust the house allows us to keep some older growth oak scrub that's growing there, as well as protect some aspen trees that are nearby the neighbors to the south. So there's a lot of justifications for the sale of this from my view.
Any other discussion? Okay, I just have, if Mark could help me out here for a moment. Now, I want to know what conveyance of an easement for 80% of the property means. Does that mean the city retains ownership, or does that just mean that the property owners allow the trails to go through that property?
So easement is a form of use, not of ownership. So the underlying ownership would be with the person acquiring the property, but it would be a permanent easement that gives the public the right to traverse those trails.
And
I hope that answers your question, but easement is not ownership, but easement does confer rights to use of the property.
alrighty, so you're saying that we're losing ownership of that land on the hillside, and we still retain the right to have trails, but it's only through a legal easement of 80%. And have they defined where the 80% line of easement goes?
We have not done that yet. Until the vote is final and 10 days goes past, it would have been premature to, I guess we could have started doing it, but there wasn't any reason to do it until the vote was final. My office, Jim Martin from my office will sit down with the acquiring owners or their representative and then make sure that that easement preserves the rights that the city wants. And of course, they're willing to give and allows them to build their house the way they've chosen to. There is a distinction between a permanent easement and a revocable easement. This is not a revocable easement, so it is a permanent right attached to the property. It benefits the city.
All righty, so this means that if this motion passes, that, of course, I'm going to vote no on it. It means that City Council has decided to sell public land for profit.
Yeah, I mean, you're selling public land and you're getting money, so you've sold public land for profit. Yes.
So we're going to lose the beauty of that parcel of land.
Mayor, I've been up to this property 3 different times. The beauty of that parcel of land is not exactly something worth saving, to be honest with you. There's no trails being affected by the sale of this property. The rogue trails, the bandit trails that exist there, are showing considerable erosion. There's some good that's coming out of this.
All righty, any other discussion? Could we get a vote?
Councillor Coso,
Yes.
Councillor Beal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
No.
Councillor Gonzalez.
Yes.
That brings us to item 10, public hearing. Public hearing on the city manager's 2026 proposed budget.
This item's purpose is to provide an overview of the city manager's 2026 proposed budget and to provide an opportunity for the public to provide comments. This budget aligns with our mission of providing outstanding service for the entire community and by allocating resources to different services and projects and providing for comment from the public regarding the proposed budget. Here's our budget presentation timeline and process, starting with the capital projects that were presented to FAB in September, the budget retreat with council in October, followed by the request for public hearing on October 21st. Earlier today, we had the reconciliation of the budget at the study session. And tonight the budget ordinances were introduced and we have public hearing. Next on November 18th, we will have first consideration of the budget ordinances. On December 2nd, we are asking council for budget adoption and the mill levy certification. The key areas of the 2026 proposed budget include strengthening existing services by ensuring that our investments are enhancing the efficiency and the effectiveness of our operations. We continue to advance the initiatives that are outlined in our strategic plan.
This plan really serves as our roadmap, guiding us as we incorporate insights from our performance excellence journey. So we seek to utilize best practices as we really try to deliver exceptional services to our community. So this commitment includes capital projects, infrastructure, as well as operating services. It also includes a dedicated focus on completing ongoing projects and managing both capital and operating costs responsibly. We believe also that by investing in our workforce through competitive compensation, benefits, and incentives, we are not only enhancing job satisfaction, but also improving service delivery for our residents. So the annual budget is an operating and capital plan for the fiscal year. It provides a basis of accountability, and it serves as a communication tool and a tool to measure performance of city operations as well. This proposed budget is balanced with sufficient resources to pay for the expenditures in the budget, and required reserves in the funds that require them are met or exceeded. Additionally, capital budgets are in line with 5-year capital plans. These are based on master plans. All have had opportunity for public comments. Some of these at parade of projects earlier in the year, some at Durango engagement presentations, and also the funds that are required to go through the FAB board have been presented with additional opportunity for public comments. And these were recommended by the FAB board for consideration by the council. A review and recommendation for water and sewer rates was performed, and a full rate study as part of the utilities master plan is expected to be completed in 2027. So we also want to highlight this, that the city achieved a AA+ bond rating in its bond issuance for the City Hall and PD renovation project. So this is the second highest rating, and it really highlights the strong, stable economy in Durango, including the community who lives, works, and shops here in Durango, along with the many visitors that we have who come here to enjoy local attractions. So as mentioned, investing in our workforce is one of the key areas of the proposed budget. This includes a strategic focus on enhancing our workforce competitiveness through a comprehensive review of wages, benefits, and incentives. To support our employees, we're continuing a 3% cost of living adjustment for all full-time staff, along with the opportunity for a 2% high performer incentive. This year, a comp study was prepared with an effort to bring any positions that were under market up to that market level. And this initiative is included in the proposed budget for applicable positions. So these initiatives ensure that our team is compensated fairly and rewarded for exceptional contributions. We've also continued the employee referral programs and the wellness incentives to promote health and well-being among our workforce. So here we're showing the cost of living and step increases for those on a step plan. The cost included in the budget is $486,636. The market increases mentioned, the cost is $788,927. And additionally, there were some increases to the premium, the health insurance premiums. This was the first time there were increases in a few years, but these costs were shared by the city to lessen this cost to the employee. The staffing changes for the included in the budget. So this slide actually includes any changes that had occurred since the original 2025 adopted budget, but we'll highlight the 2026 proposed budget changes. This includes one IT part-time position that transitioned to a full-time position. So this increases the general fund positions by 1. And 4 full-time positions transitioning to part-time in the 911 fund, reducing the full-time FTEs in the 911 fund. This reduction of full-time positions to part-time positions was part of a strategic staffing plan initiated by our 911 director as we try to keep these important positions filled. So our strategic plan is a key focus area and roadmap for our budget as we strive to meet our strategic plan goals. And we want to spend some time highlighting these initiatives Many include utilizing technology, continuing to pursue sustainability, and fostering strong community partnerships. So these are divided by strategic goal area. There are many items listed on these slides, and so I won't read through all of these, but highlight a few. So our first goal area is organizational stewardship. The accomplishments in 2025 include the city being awarded for building a culture of service, social impact through engagement, the promotion of sustainability and utility bill notices for solid waste and recycling, bulk pickups, water system safeguards, and paperless initiatives. Additionally, the city has secured over $1 million in new grant funding for city and partner sustainability initiatives. So the 2026 goals for 2026 in organizational stewardship that are reflected in the budget include improved community engagement efforts through technology and debriefs, new ADA updates, cybersecurity initiatives and technology, implementation of recycling program reimbursements, and updates to the water efficiency plan. Moving to the innovative housing and economic development goal. In 2025, accomplishments include completion of a regional housing needs assessment, economic opportunity-led grant projects totaling over $560,000, amendments made to the land use and development code to ensure our standards are up to date and meeting community needs, and adopting the state mandated wildfire resiliency code. 2026 goals guiding the budget include providing additional resources for community events, achieving recognizable tourism certification, implementing best practices for destination management, improving multilingual and ADA compliant access, and administering the city's fair share program to track developer obligations, and enforcing affordability commitments and support delivery of income restricted units. Next, our safety and quality of life goal. We want to highlight accomplishments for 2025. Additional security cameras were installed in various parks to enhance safety, continued implementation of fuel reduction and revegetation treatments to reduce wildfire risk. Also, the city updated critical infrastructure for phones, radio, and GIS systems and servers, and development for library district outreach and engagement. 2026 initiatives include updating the park's open space trails and rec master plan, improvements at Chapman Hill, initiatives for increased safety and visibility along the river trail, dual fuel conversion for backup generators for emergency preparedness and to strengthen redundancy, and library partnership prioritization protocols. And our reliable infrastructure and community connectivity goal area. Accomplishments in 2025 include facilitating an increase in airline seat capacity, completing the construction phase of the airport wastewater system improvement project, introducing Park Mobile Pay by Cell option at meters and transit center parking lot, and we're on schedule to repair over 1,200 potholes this year citywide. For 2026, goals driving budget initiatives include implementation of an airport drone program, continued development of wildlife management strategies for airport safety, continued support of the development of a variety of housing, expanding safe route to school programs, cleaning main sewer lines, and continuing maintenance of city storm sewer to prevent backups and flooding. In the engaged and informed community goal area, accomplishments in 2025 include implementation of new court management software and streamlined processes, expanded language interpretation services, adding specialty court functions, and enhanced PIO deliverables. For 2026, goals include an upgrade to the City Hall. I'm sorry, I didn't change the slide there. Goals include the upgrade to the City Hall kiosk, continued digitation of our records, and expanding the use of new case management system. The last strategic goal area is our strategic workforce development, which we have discussed in earlier slides as a key focus budget area. 2025 accomplishments include the implementation of new software for HR and payroll, updating loss control and safety regulations, updating emergency response plans. For 2026, our goals include implementing the second phase of the compensation study, additional updates to the emergency response plans, and continuing to build a robust safety committee and culture. Now moving into fund summaries in the budget review. The first slide is a 5-year forecast showing the 2026 proposed general fund revenues. They're kind of in the middle, very middle column at 57 million, and expenses down below at 56.6 million. An ending expected fund balance at 14.1 million, meeting our 25% required reserve. Revenue highlights in the general fund show the breakdown of these revenues compared to the total. We see that sales taxes are a major source of revenue in the general fund, along with other taxes and fees and charges for services. Included in the sales tax line is the joint sales tax from the county. This is budgeted at $3,259,827 for use for the library. At this budget hearing, we're required to show the highway users tax that we receive from the state. This is from gasoline tax and to be used for street-related purposes. So we see that the revenue budgeted for 2026 is $707,912. The city subsidizes street maintenance from other revenues in the general fund as well, as this revenue source provides a little over 21% because the general fund streets department is budgeted at approximately $3.3 million. Moving on to water and sewer funds, the 2026 proposed budget, we have recommended a rate increase to users of the system. The master plan will include a full rate study. The staff does recommend reviewing rates annually to ensure financial health of the utility. So the 5-year forecast for the water fund does include these recommended rate increases. We can see the 2026 budget again is in the middle column with revenues at 7.8 million, operating expenses again at 7.8 million. We have capital expenses of 4.9 million in the proposed budget with a projected ending fund balance of 1 million. The presentation includes the 5-year CIP to show the breakdown of those capital projects for 2026. Additionally, several 2025 projects are expected to roll over into 2026. Although there are several projects listed for the out years, none of these are included in the 5-year forecast as we are awaiting the master plan completion. In the sewer fund, this 5-year forecast shows revenues of 10.5 million, and these do include those recommended rate increases. Operating expenses are shown at 9 million, no capital expenses, and a reserve requirement for the sewer fund bond covenant that is required of 1.25 million, leaving a projected fund balance of 1.8 million. No capital expenditures again are included in the budget, awaiting the master plan completion. The trash and recycling fund, the budget is shown on the far right column. The proposed budget, the total revenues are 3.6 million, total expenditures 4.7 million, with a projected ending fund balance of 1.3 million. This is the operating fund summary showing all of the operating funds together, including total revenues of over 133.2 million, expenses of 134.5 million, showing a drop down of fund balance in various funds totaling 1.3 million. The airport capital fund, here the total revenues are 11.7 million and expenditures at 5.4 million. The additional capital funds, these are capital funds that are solely for capital purposes and have their own revenue sources. The capital project fund revenues are at 21.9 million with expenses of 28.2 million. Drawdown of revenues at 6.2 million and ending fund balance of 56.8 million. So that was a summary of those capital expenses. These are the funds that are summarized there in that previous slide. The 2025 sales tax fund, expected revenues of 3.2 million, expenditures for these projects at 3.2 million, with the ending expected fund balance of 807,000. The 2025 capital improvement fund, this is sales tax funds, total revenues in the proposed budget of 5.3 million, total expenditures of 14.1 million, with an ending expected fund balance of 49.4 million. This fund does include the bond issuance that was actually closed on today, and so that those revenues roll over from 2025 into 2026. Next is the 2015 Parks and Multimodal Fund. The projected revenues are 6.5 million, with the capital project expenditures totaling 5.5 million, with an ending expected balance of 2.7 million. And the 2019 Sales Tax Streets Fund, revenues at 6.5 million and total project expenses at 2.9 million, with an ending expected fund balance of 3.8 million. And then general fund capital, total revenues projected at 220,000, expenditures projected at 2.3 million, with an ending expected fund balance of 57,000. So this concludes the staff presentation, and then we can move on to the public hearing.
So there would need to be, I believe, a motion to open the public hearing.
Okay. Second.
Did I make it? Did you make it? I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, great. Looks like someone making the motion.
Counselor
All
Gill?
right.
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez? Counselor Koso?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie?
Yes.
Public hearing is open, and the first person to speak, the only person signed up to speak is Richard Feeney.
Richard.
I'm Rick Feeney. I'm an architect here in town. And I've not done this new thing yet, even though I've been here for 52 years. So I'm wasting my time. My wife wish she had one of these timers for me. Anyway, like I said, I've been here for a long time. A lot of big changes going on in this town. One of them that hasn't changed is the Camino Crossing. And you know, I've worked a lot of projects downtown. I live on Main Street. I notice people walking down Main and they'll stop at 12th Street and they'll look around the corner and there's nothing going on in the park. And they just kind of turn around and go back home. And if there was some sort of a signage, a banner of some sort that would say, hey, there's a safe way you could cross Camino del Rio. There's a beautiful Animas River Trail there, not to mention the Powerhouse Science Center. But some of you will know Paul, remember Paul Wilbert, who was a great guy. He was in a lot of, worked on a lot of nonprofits, got me involved with the Powerhouse back in 2007. And that's when we went over and measured the depth of the bird guano on the ground of the Powerhouse, because it was a city storage room. And we walked back and, you know, we almost got killed. And so we came up with Camino del Muerto. But, you know, don't know how many of you realize that the old Farmington Hill intersection used to be a stop sign way back in the day. It got changed. When some kid got killed there, son of a friend of mine. So, it's something that's long past due. The funding comes from the sales tax for trails and open space. Is the design has been funded, and we hope that that council will please move forward and support the grant applications that Sarah and her departments are submitting for, and that we can finally get this thing built, and I won't have to walk out there and sacrifice myself so that it'll get built. Anyway, there's a letter from Eric Nelson, who sent this to council a couple of days ago.
No one else has signed up to speak, Mayor.
All righty. Could we have a motion to close the?
Make a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion?
Aye.
Aye.
That brings us to item 10.2 is a public hearing to consider the suspension or revocation of a liquor license issued to J&A Thompson Beverage LLC DBA 6th Street Liquor.
Good evening, Council. Mark Morgan, City Attorney. I'd now like to ask that the minutes reflect that you are meeting as the local liquor licensing authority. We are here on a hearing to suspend or revoke the liquor license issued to J.A. Thompson Beverages LLC, doing business as 6th Street Liquor. The City Attorney's Office has 2 witnesses to call relative to this matter. I know that the owners are present and intend to address the council. So at this time, if it pleases the council, I call Officer Nathan Scott.
Good evening, Council.
Oh, Scott, how are you this evening?
Doing pretty good.
Good. Did you have the occasion to respond to an incident at 6th Street Liquor in the past 3 weeks?
I did. I responded on October 9th.
Can you explain to the council what you observed and did on that date?
So on October 9th, about 10:15 p.m., I responded to a medical emergency call at 6th Street Liquor for an employee who was unconscious at the location. When I arrived, another officer, Officer Campiano, was already on scene. And she advised me that a customer who had gone in to purchase alcohol had seen the employee fall over in the business and was unresponsive. The customer came out and called 911. After that, the employee had locked the door. We were able to see the employee was on the ground, unconscious at that time. We were able to wake them up with a flashlight, but the door was still locked. They were unable to stand up and get into the door to open it for us. Fire personnel with Durango Fire responded. They were able to get the female to come to the door. She unlocked it. At that time, I observed she was very unsteady on her feet. She was swaying side to side, front to back, and was struggling to open the door. When she did open the door, I was able to, when speaking with her, I was able to smell the odor of an unknown alcoholic beverage emitting from her breath. She stayed unsteady on her feet, and she was still unable to answer basic questions from fire and from us, such as if she would like to go to the hospital and where the key to her business was. Fire ended up transporting her to the hospital, and we were able to lock the business up after that.
Were you able to identify the female you've been speaking about?
Yes, it was Amy Thompson.
You see her in the council chambers this evening? Thank you. I don't have any other questions, but if the owners have any questions they'd like to ask you, this is their opportunity to do it. Okay, the council have any questions for the witness? All right, in that case, I'd call Commander Nick Stassi. Stacy? Doing so good.
Evening.
Sorry, I mispronounced your name.
You didn't. You close enough.
Close enough. Did you hear the testimony of Officer Scott?
I did.
Did you have any role in the events that took place that evening?
I did not.
Why are you here tonight?
So I am the commander over patrol. And so my responsibility is to cover everything, understand everything that's happening on the patrol level. I reviewed the body camera footage from that day and then worked with a couple of the patrol sergeants to try to kind of reach Ms. Thompson on the phone later, try to understand what had happened that night. But we were unable to get a hold of her through multiple phone call attempts.
In your position as a commander, are you aware of an earlier incident at the same location?
I am.
Can you explain to the council or refresh the council's recollection about that incident?
That incident involved a male who was the owner who was intoxicated inside of the business while customers were inside there.
Okay. Do you see that individual in the council chambers tonight?
I can't testify to who that is. I've never met that person in person.
Okay. Do any of the owners have any questions for Officer Stacy? Stacy, sorry. Council, with no other questions, unless you guys have questions for the officer. At that point, that concludes the city attorney's presentation of the revocation hearing. We are recommending either a suspension pending sale or a revocation. We take the position that this business should not be allowed to operate and sell alcohol in the city of Durango with these owners. Thank you. You can see.
We have a public hearing.
It's called a public hearing, but we're meeting as the local liquor authority, so we don't have to open and close it like we did in the past. So you guys can ask questions to me. We'll certainly give the owners an opportunity to address you. So if you don't have any, do you have any questions for me at this point? Okay.
Thank you. So I just procedurally, so I understand, what we're doing. So our options are at your recommendation are suspension, or could you repeat them, please?
So what my office is recommending is a suspension pending sale. And the reason that you would do that is, one, they would no longer be prohibited to sell alcohol while the suspension is in place. But if they were able to identify a purchaser during that suspension period, you could reverse or stop the suspension, and then they could sell. You can't sell a alcohol establishment while there is a pending disciplinary action going on. So this would give the owners an opportunity to sell the business unencumbered by disciplinary action on the license. Now, that's not a guarantee that the state wouldn't take issue with that, but it is an opportunity to meet the goals of, one, stopping these two individuals from operating a liquor store when they've had the issues you've heard about, and two, still have an opportunity to get rid of their inventory and be able to sell their business to someone. That's one option. The other simpler option is revocation. In other words, you make a determination that you don't trust these two owners based on these two incidents to sell alcohol anymore. I will remind you, selling alcohol is a right. It's a privilege. It's not a right. So it's up to you guys what you choose to do. And of course, the other option is you can do nothing. You can take no action against their license.
Okay. And I know it wasn't so long ago that the business was in front of us and there were some requirements. Where do we stand on those?
So the requirements as a result of that last hearing was that and I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. That Jared not be present at the business and that he made some commitments to you that he would attend alcohol treatment, that he would not be present at the business for any reason. And as far as I know, and I'm sure he'll explain some of this, is that those obligations were being met satisfactorily. So the newer issue was that when that came up last time, there was a pledge from the other owner that she and or family members, other people who managed the business who did not have issues with alcohol. And of course, with this new incident, that was a failure on that condition.
And so how long had they owned this business?
You'd have to ask them that.
Okay, so is that an opportunity? Do they speak or we're just? Oh,
sure.
okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's all the questions.
Okay, well, that wraps up my part of it. I'd ask that we turn the floor over to them and let them address
Can I
you.
ask you a couple questions, City Attorney? Wasn't there also a suspension for 15 days from I just pulled it up. It was July 1st is
correct.
when this public hearing came before us previously. So but there was a 15-day suspension,
Right?
not just the condition that Mr. Thompson would not work there.
You're correct.
But
It was a 15-day
suspension.
suspension, which was the consequence of the consequence part of what you guys decided to do last time.
And so your recommendation is a suspension for an indefinite period of time until they sell, or is there a finite period of time?
6 months.
What if they don't sell within that 6-month period?
Then the suspension would turn into a revocation.
Okay. Thank you.
So I would recommend at this time that you give the owners an opportunity to address you. They did hire an attorney who communicated with me. I did forward that attorney's communications to you. He did email me before the start of this meeting saying that he was unable to attend tonight, but we were free to work with his clients without him being here. So at this time, you guys can come up and address the council.
Apologize for being in front of you guys again. This isn't how we planned everything to go. We're very embarrassed and humbled by this situation. Previous incident was all on me, and I have since been sober. I've been going to AA, got chips in my wallet. I've also been going to a substance abuse counselor, and she forwarded, I think you got that of proof, or at least the dates that I have been going and seeing her. And it's been either every week or every other week since the first hearing. And I'm sorry, our life is riding on this. And we, this last mistake, we were well on our way to getting back to where you guys would never hear from us again. And we had a major slip up that I think my wife and I are responsible people, just lapse of judgment. And we sincerely apologize. We do think we're responsible enough and we can contribute to this community that we do love and want to be a part of, and just trying to right the ship and make sure our employees are taken care of. And I had so much prepared, and just, I think I'll let my wife take it from there if you'd like to say anything.
Well, yeah, I am absolutely mortified. I cannot apologize enough. This is something that has been just, I've just been absolutely sick. And I just, like he said, I just did not want to ever be in front of you guys again. And unfortunately, I am responsible for this incident. And you know, I trust that you guys will make the right decision. And I know that we're not deserving of any sort of mercy or any, you guys were so gracious at the last hearing. But yeah, I just cannot apologize enough. So yeah, I'm sorry.
We would put everything we had into this, and we owe a lot of money to some investors, and we're just hoping to come out of this. All of this is our mistake. We're not trying to hide or downplay anything. We just would like to be able to not have us be financially ruined. And if any chance of community service, fine, suspension, or anything that would allow us to drug test, anything would keep us going. Very appreciated.
Do you need a motion to move forward with our discussion, or do we ask questions? What do we typically we motion and then discuss?
Again, if you get to the point where you want to make a motion to take my recommendation, to do nothing, or to do something in between, yeah, you'll do a motion in a second, then have discussion about it.
Can we ask questions first to them? Or
Yeah, I mean, this isn't super formal.
No, yeah.
It's to give them an opportunity to, let me ask this, do you guys have a specific request of the council? I've made a recommendation to them. I think if your lawyer was here, he would make a specific request. So if you have something specific you'd like them to consider, if you can articulate that, that would be helpful.
Our council, the latest email that he sent you was a possibility of allowing myself back in. Having Amy take a leave from the shop, and I'll continue on my sobriety, and it's been a blessing to me and something I needed to do anyway. It just took a slap in the face for me to get it correct. So I know that there needs to be ramifications for this, most certainly. We would love to stay in business at some point. We are here begging for mercy. Everything we have is in this, and if we did, by the grace of God, get another opportunity, we never hear from us again. And we wouldn't even fight it again. We would just offer over our license immediately.
Or to let us sell. I'm not opposed to that.
So at this point, I would get a motion on the floor and then have discussion. And I can recommend that it be, my recommendation is that you move and second on a motion. And again, it's up to you guys, and don't take this as what you should do, have to do. It's just a recommendation. I've been styled it in the agenda as a suspension pending sale or a revocation. I would pick one of those for your motion. But you can also do a motion to do what he suggested. It's you guys, sure. At this point, it's your discretion.
I'll make a motion to suspend the liquor license issued to J&A Thompson Beverage LLC, DBA 6th Street Liquor.
Pending sale.
Pending sale.
For a period of 6 months.
Second.
For a period of 6 months.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion. I'm getting can't talk. Oh, Shirley.
How long have you owned the business?
We got the keys January 24th.
January 24.
Yes.
So less than a year?
2020.
Five.
Five.
Yes, less than a year.
Less than a year. I feel like you had did you have your parent, was somebody's parent here?
My father is here, and I think
Was he involved in the business at all?
he'd like to speak. Yeah, yes, he's our main
Investor.
Investor. He would like to speak?
Think so.
Yeah.
I would welcome any comments you have, if is that allowed, or?
Yeah,
is it
we'll
okay?
just have the minutes reflect that we reopened the hearing to take another witness.
Okay.
You're good?
Yes.
You're good?
Yeah.
That's a
Yes,
yes.
and
Yes.
if you could please introduce
My
yourself.
name's Rocky Thompson, and it's my son and my daughter-in-law. I'm sure everybody in this council has seen and had to deal with situations with addiction. And it's a terrible disease. No cure, only treatment. And unfortunately, that's where these two are at. I deal daily with both of them. We're working with him in his counseling. Amy's on just first steps type thing. but they're both, I know I'm a parent, but they're both good people. Honor student here, graduated at Fort Lewis, just has made a terrible, terrible mistake in judgment by drinking, by letting it get that far in their lives. But they are very remorseful. I know that a motion has been made for suspension of their license, which it would give them the opportunity to sell it. But I don't see them, you mentioned about getting rid of the liquor. I don't know if the companies will buy it back or whatever. I was in this business for 35 years, restaurants and bars. And I saw a lot of people go through what these two young people are going through. And it's a hideous damn thing. And I put some through counseling, people that worked with me, worked for me. And I have seen a lot come out on the good side of it versus the bad side. And by taking away their opportunity, it's it could set them back. It could hurt them, I believe, worse than the suspension or revocation of their license. As a parent, you know, I'm asking for mercy. Mercy was given to all of us, all the people. I spent quite a bit of time out in the lobby talking to an individual who has gone through this same thing with his wife, and it came to an end. And she quit when she hit her rock bottom. And I believe these two have hit their rock bottom. And I know what you have recommended. I have read the emails between you and their attorney. And they do deserve punishment. There's no doubt about that. But I would ask, once again, as a parent, an opportunity for them to put their lives back together. They have both told me they'll do the random checks. They'll do anything in the world. Amy said, I'll sit out. They're not in there that much. Amy, in fact, had to go in and work for somebody, and she wasn't even prepared for that. And it turned out bad. But as a parent, and I would just wish that you would give them some mercy, which is given to all of us. And I'm sure there are many people in this audience that are either been affected by it or it's going to affect them someday. It's just an unfortunate thing in our society. Anyway, I thank you guys for your moment.
I just had to ask you one question. Are you one of the investors that they mentioned?
I'm one of them. Yeah. Yeah. But that's not.
I understand. That's just something that.
Honesty, and I have told him, I don't know if I've spoke to Amy about it. If this is what it takes to get them both sober for the rest of their lives, to have a very good, productive life, it's money well spent by my wife and I. Their happiness is the only, I mean, if your parents, hell, the only thing you care about is your kid's happiness. But yeah, I'm one of them, but that has nothing to do with what I'm asking today. Nothing. It truthfully doesn't. I was fortunate enough to sell all my businesses, so I'm financially going to be okay. But anyway, thank you for giving me a moment.
You go back to the motion. The motion on the floor is a suspension for 6 months pending a sale. If a sale doesn't occur, it would turn into a revocation.
Okay. This is also new to me that we are put in a position to suspend or to revoke your licenses. So in the event that we didn't suspend or revoke, can you talk about what changes you have been prepared to make in the event that this was not on the floor?
Well, my sobriety was something I needed to do regardless. And I've shown that I have done that as well as I can. I asked some AA members, they just couldn't make it tonight, to come and vouch that I'm pretty involved in that community right now and plan on being so in the future. I haven't been in there at all, other than going in the mornings before open or any sales, and just doing bank stuff and whatnot. My wife was doing all the ordering and all of that. But she had a Saturday shift that was hers, and this was night in which we had an employee call and asked if we could come and at least close the shop up. Amy was already downtown, and that's just how the night ended up going. We're willing to put someone else and hire someone for full-on management. We'll just continue to work behind the scenes if that's something we would have to do. We were very proud of ourselves getting this open, and we have failed not just ourselves, but our community and our family. We're just trying to find some form of redemption.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Yes,
I don't know-
essentially
I don't know if that answered.
just removing ourselves from being present and just on property and just strictly just signing the paychecks is, I am more than happy to remove myself. I'm still working full-time in healthcare and having to go in before going to that job to do the orders, coming in, doing payroll, scheduling, all that, you know, putting orders away and everything. There's no excuse. There's no, you know, there's no reason or anything to justify. It's been a lot. And so kind of not being on premise and hiring another employee for whether it's part-time and just go in, you know, like you said, he's been going in and getting the drops and everything, and then just not being there would eliminate the problem. So
So just kind of back to some procedure.
Yeah.
You guys have a motion on the floor. So you guys can sit unless the council has more questions for you, but it's their time to discuss what they intend to do.
yep, sorry, I was just
No.
asking her question.
You're great. Yeah, she had questions. Yeah, I do. Well, I don't have questions. I have a state of discussion, discussing. Thank you for coming here. This is a difficult part of our meeting, and you said you hoped you never been back up here, and I can say that, you know, we hope that too. And 4 months ago when you were here, we hoped we never see you again outside of, you know, downtown or within town in Durango. And so it's difficult. What I'm about to read is not something that I find fun or a good part of our job. But I want you to know that, like, I've thought long and hard about this, and it's how I honestly feel. On a personal note, real quick, not that you asked for my opinion at all, but here I am, and I'm going to give it to you. I was raised by addicts. My father was an alcoholic. My uncle's an alcoholic. In no way would I ever think that they should own a liquor store. And so I'm not sure if this, whatever happens tonight, is for the best, regardless of what you want. Does that make sense? Like, I can honestly look at, like, inside of me and think, like, that is not the place for them. I feel like our duty as a local licensee authority is clear, and it's non-negotiable. 4 months ago, this council gave 6 street liquors a second chance. We acted with compassion, acknowledging the challenge of addiction, and we placed a strict condition that the owner struggling with addiction would not be allowed to work on the premises. We believe that by upholding your license, we were upholding your commitment to public safety, but that trust has been profoundly violated. The second incident is not just a mistake, it's a severe pattern of negligence, in my opinion. It demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding or perhaps a disregard for the responsibility that comes with holding a liquor license in the city of Durango. We do not sit here to approve licenses for cleaning companies or marketing agencies. We approve liquor licenses because the sale of controlled substances directly affects the health and safety of our community. That responsibility is in the hands of the license. When that safety is risked not once, but twice, in the presence of customers and near schools and our downtown, the ability to maintain that trust is irreplaceably broken. I cannot, in good conscience, ever approve either of your names to be on a liquor license in the city again. You asked us to consider swapping the suspension, lifting the ban on Mr. Thompson while suspending Mrs. Thompson. Respectfully, in my opinion, that proposal focuses on management structure, while the council's focus must remain on risk elimination. The pattern of behavior demonstrated by both partners makes it impossible to entrust the day-to-day operation of this business to either of you, in my opinion. Therefore, I stand to support the city attorney's recommendation. This is the only path forward that successfully balances your valid concern over your investment with our paramount concern for the community's safety. The approach provides a reasonable window for you to recover your substantive investment, hopefully pursue and succeed in the sale of Sixth Street Liquors to a new owner, while immediately ensuring that no further incidents will occur under your management. The price of doing business cannot be the risk to our public. Our duty is to the citizens of Durango, and that duty demands that we take a decisive action today. You said I'm a good person when you were standing up there. I don't think anyone doubts that you're not a good person, Mr. Thompson and Mrs. Thompson. This has nothing to do with you being a good person. And I love that you love Durango, and I hope you can find a spot in Durango at the hospital and continue to thrive to be a part of this community, because I think we want people that love Durango, but I cannot in good conscience risk public safety again.
Mayor Yazzie? Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Koso?
Yes.
Counselor Buell?
Yes, and I'm sorry, but yes.
That brings us to item 11.1, a resolution to appoint a city representative to the Durango La Plata County Airport Commission and to appoint a candidate to the vacancy on the Board of Ethics. I believe the interview teams have conducted interviews and might be ready to make a recommendation.
We're just gonna make a recommendation to appoint
Molly?
Yes, Molly
Okay.
Baker, right? I couldn't,
Yeah,
I didn't have her last name pulled up, so I was like, maybe you do it.
Yeah. Council, I'd like to move that we appoint Molly Patterson to the Durango La Plata County Airport Commission and there you go.
Second.
Are we doing one at a time or doing both? One at a time. Got it.
Was there a second?
Second, Mayor.
We
Do you want to have a discussion?
Yeah, just real quick, we had 2 great interviews for the position. Both were highly qualified and very competitive. And so I'm excited to see what Molly brings, a little different view to the board. So
I would even add, we had 4 outstanding applications. This Molly just fit a project management experience background that seemed to be the best fit, but really well qualified applicants.
Okay, no hands could get a vote.
Counselor Gonzalez? Yes. Counselor Koso?
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie?
Yes.
Counselor Buell?
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
That brings us to the Board of Ethics.
Yes, I'm going to make a motion to appoint Richard Butler to the Board of Ethics. I'll say that at first.
Second.
Great. So we had a issue, I don't know if, Mark, you want to talk about the people that live in city limits and don't live in city limits on the Board of Ethics?
Sure. The enabling ordinance for the Board of Ethics requires that a certain number of members live within city limits. And we have, we meet that requirement currently, but we have a board member who's missed a couple meetings and sent an email saying that she just didn't have the time to participate anymore. So an applicant stepped forward who lived within the city limits. So this would be a substitution or replacement of Megan Roberts with the gentleman that applied. It's important for the ethics board to finish the work that's been going on for almost 2 years now, that they maintain a proper balance on the board. There is still an alternate on the board, and I know that may have come up. It's this office's opinion that alternates are appropriate because if people miss meetings or they have conflicts, that alternate can step up to fill in. So this would maintain the number of people on the board at 6, and it would maintain that required number of city residents on the board to finish their work.
Richard is a great, strong applicant. His resume is impressive, and Jay and I both interviewed him, who's the current chair of the Board of Ethics and has served a long time on there. So yes, we were impressed.
Any other discussion? Could we get a vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez. Yes. Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Counselor Koza.
Yes.
Brings us to 11.2, a resolution approving a hospitality policy suggested by the Tourism Advisory Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Michael French, Prosperity Officer. This presentation is regarding resolution number R 2025-0076, a resolution adopting a hospitality policy recommended by the Tourism Advisory Commission, establishing clear guidelines for the use of lodgers tax marketing funds in support of authorized hospitality-related activities. This aligns with our mission, vision, and values, as well as our strategic plan, specifically 2.3, to preserve and enhance Durango's distinct appeal and competitive edge as an attractive community. The hospitality purpose is to establish clear and transparent guidelines for the planning, execution, and management of corporate hospitality functions. Hospitality is a vital resource for the sale, marketing, and efforts to qualify journalists, media representatives, and tour operators that sell and cover Durango in their business. The scope of the policy applies to not just the Prosperity Office staff, but as well as contractors and affiliated organizations, strategic partners. This is something that's really important. I think a lot of times people that do business with the city don't recognize that they're under the same rules, laws, and policies that we are under as well. And so I think it's important that we impress that upon them. The development of the policy includes some research of destination management and marketing organizations, otherwise known as DMMOs, both that are within a municipality, as well as external DMMOs that are not-for-profit organizations. That included the City of Denver, which is external, Telluride, which is external, Colorado Springs, which is external. These are all 501c3s. Internal entities were Snowmass, Alamosa, Vail, and Santa Fe. The policy was written to be as comprehensive as possible, with really strong definitions of what hospitality is defined as. The policy includes eligibility, so definition and qualifications. It includes detailed expense guidelines and limits. It includes gifting, documentation reporting requirements, as well as compliance. At this time, staff would like a recommendation of a motion for resolution number R 2025-0076.
Move to adopt resolution R 2005-0076, adopting the hospitality policy recommended by the Tourism Advisory Commission, establishing clear guidelines for the use of lodgers tax marketing funds in support of authorized hospitality-related activities.
Second.
Mike, you and I have talked a little bit. I just wanted to make sure that we said this in front of council, that the per diems seem kind of high to me. I think there's been some concerns about accountability in the previous management of these funds. I don't have any of those concerns at all with your office, for sure. But I just do want to say that it seems like it's going to need to be ensured that we don't spend the maximum per diem on these pieces. So more a statement than anything else. And so
yeah, understand the statement and appreciate that. I think we'll have strong oversight. These are maximum limits. Oftentimes the hospitality takes place in larger urban environments, resort communities, and so $200 a day, we can get through that pretty quick. The expectation is not to maximize the per diem, it's to be with under a specific guideline. Appreciate that.
Mayor Yazzie. Counselor Koso.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Beal.
Yes.
Brings us to 11.3, a resolution concerning the Immigration Task Force established by Resolution 2025-0068.
Do I just go?
All yours.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm like, is anyone? We've gotten emails from council about CCRC's meetings and their desire to spearhead the task force. As you know, it was what, a month and a half ago that this first got brought up, maybe, or something, ish.
Sounds about right.
Something like that. And since then, I've been in contact with lots of different members of the community, gotten recommendations on who should be on the task force, who should be a part of it. And then last week happened, and then we wish we would have done the task force a long time ago. But it just makes it clear. I guess I'll just read this because I'm going to miss some of the things if I don't read. Sorry, these are my thoughts, and they're much better here than me just spewing. So here we go. The events of our community endured last week were traumatic. They exposed deep vulnerabilities and left many of our residents, our neighbors, feeling unsafe, angry, and helpless. Passing this resolution tonight to create an immigration task force is not just a bureaucratic step. It is the most urgent and important action we can take right now to begin healing and create tangible local protections. I want to thank many community members and leaders who provided the research, suggestions, and advocacy that got us to this point. Now the critical work begins, assembling the task force. I have heard from many constituents over the last month and a half who insist that this body must center the voices of specific organizations in our community, as they are on the front lines of this work every single day. I agree. We have also heard the excellent recommendation for a skilled facilitator to be a part of these complex conversations. I believe these are great ideas and could be vital components for a successful task force. However, a task force born from trauma and conflict cannot succeed if it is defined by trauma and conflict. To be effective, this body must be built on a foundation of mutual respect. Therefore, I want to formally recommend that we delegate the assembly and structuring of this task force to our appointed Community and Cultural Relations Commission. I ask that the CCRC be charged with assembling and organizing a group of residents, leaders, and experts who are committed to positive, cohesive, and productive outcomes. We need members who will interact and work respectfully with all stakeholders, the city, our community leaders, the Durango Police Department, and our city's legal counsel. The goal here is to not create a forum for grievances. The goal is to produce actionable items for this council to immediately act upon. I have passed along a list of potential members that I have been collecting from emails and meetings that I've had over the past month and a half since I first brought this resolution up for the task force. I want to encourage anyone in our community who feels that they can contribute to this respective productive process to please reach out. You can email the CCRC directly at ccrc@durangoco.gov. As a council, we are empowering the CCRC to build this team with one clear directive: get started ASAP. I'm not sure what we saw last week will be the last of those incidents, and we must get this right, and we must do it now.
If I could just have a clarifying question from staff, is there a timeline for this task force, like to be effective for, or is it kind of ever going?
I mean, I wouldn't say, that's a tough question. I mean, I wouldn't say ever
Sooner or later?
going. I mean, I think that it needs to happen soon.
No, I mean, as far as this task force becomes
I think that-
created, does it have a expiration or does it continue on?
Well, I think if the CCRC starts it, my guess is within the first 3 months, potentially, depending on how frequently they meet, that they'll have actionable items go, hopefully before then, for us to implement and do. And then hopefully we have a toolbox for any time issues like this arise, and it's not a constant. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to go on forever. We have the toolbox for this administration, maybe?
Sure. So I guess until further notice.
Well, we have the toolbox, and then I guess I would leave it up to them to say, okay, we have it, and if we need to reconvene, we have everyone's contacts, we can reconvene. Does that make sense? I don't know. Does anyone have any other thoughts? Better than mine?
Maybe no less than 3-6 months, and then maybe on an as-needed basis, or maybe we'll do, maybe quarterly check-ins and then see where things are at. And then maybe that would be a time to renew.
Absolutely. The only reason that I ask is not, and I apologize, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but obviously as you look for task force members, one of the questions may say, how long am I going to be on this and what's my time commitment for this task force? So it does give us a little bit of information we can pass on to the CCRC in regards to, is this a year commitment? Is this a 6-month commitment? Is it going to be on as needed? I think that's important so that people who are looking to be a part of it understand what the commitment is expected of them on term.
To be fair, when I ran for city council, I didn't know immigration would be on my docket.
Sure, absolutely.
So it's hard for me to say like what's going to happen with this administration and in our communities and stuff. But I would say like 3 months, my guess, if
3 to
they're
6 months.
acting the way that like with the, quickness that we want, 3 to 6 months, probably consistent, regular meetings, and then we'll TBD.
Council, I think I need to address, while I believe that Los Compañeros can be an important partner in the work of the proposed task force, I would be opposed to the inclusion of its executive director, Enrique Orozco Perez, who demonstrated in our last meeting both a lack of professional demeanor and a hostile approach to dealing with anyone that disagrees with him. A nonprofit executive director that relentlessly uses derogatory terms for our police officers, repeatedly cusses out city councilors trying to talk with them, and belittles anyone opposed to his specific viewpoint, does not have the self-control needed for a deliberative body made up of citizens looking to solve an issue. The ICE events deserved a unified response from all of the citizens outraged by their tactics. Mr. Orozco Perez only proved to create more division. We need task force members that are deliberative and willing to build consensus. I would ask that we disallow his participation, though I welcome another representative from Los Compañeros who would be a better choice.
So questions then go to you, Counselor. So I guess in your vision, does the CDC, a CCRC create a subcommittee with additional members?
Yeah, I think that I'm going to kind of leave that in their quarter. They talked about in the meeting, they talked about the focus work group. I don't remember what word they used, with other members. And then there's certain members that were brought up. I know Beatrice being one of them in the meetings, but and they're on the list that I made. And then certain members that they would bring in potentially to specific meetings around specific topics.
Okay, and so I know that there was a request for people to submit applications or recommendation or just their names and willingness to serve.
I would say for right, there's no applications or anything done that we're trying to get this done quickly. That's what I'm trying to avoid is like the whole like apply, all of council has to interview them. And like, that's why I want kind of CCRC to do it because I think it can be quicker. And the emails that I received from constituents, I mean, I had restaurant owners, I had, they were great and gave them background and why they wanted to be a part of it. And so I feel like if someone thinks that they can contribute, just an email.
Okay, an email to the
CCRC.
Okay, an email to the CCRC is the proper channel, and then they will perhaps decide how they want to take the task force and then come back and report to us after they've had a couple of meetings. And we will then hopefully have something that we can approve and support.
I hope so.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And I agree, Councilor Coso. I was trying to word that in a manner that is respectful and not that you weren't respectful, but a manner that, but yes, I agree. It needs to be positive and forward motion. I will say, the task force was brought up to me by Enrique. And so I feel like we're sometimes pushed by people in a good way. And I'm bummed that it had to stop there, but I agree it needs to be positive and productive, and we are working with the DPD productively and city, and so I want members on there that can do that all the time, 100% of the time, not just sometimes. Yes.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, so the CCRC, I think we should give them as much flexibility as we can in the beginning and let them meet up and see what how their process goes. But I do like your proposal, so I fully support your motion. Thank you.
I make just a short comment. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I just, as my doctor friend pointed out, I am not an expert on immigration law, much as she, yeah, I mean, she probably can't do a Whipple, she probably can't do heart surgery. As a city, and I'm very good as a city attorney, and my evaluation, you guys say that, but I do not have expertise in immigration law. Immigration law is a very specialized area. I can help the task force in telling them what you have the authority to do and not do. But if the expectation is for me to provide legal advice on immigration law, I'm not qualified and have no interest in doing that.
No, and the only thing that I would want is when we get recommendations that it's vetted and saying like, we can actually make this call, like what we can and can't do, because there are things we can't do.
I just didn't want there to be an expectation that I was going to provide expert legal advice on immigration.
Thank you. No.
If the task force requires some expertise to be brought in, is there budget available? Is there an ability for us to allow these task forces to tap into content experts?
I don't know if there's a budget that the CCRC has, but I mean, I think there are people within the community that have expressed interest in
and I was going
belonging
to say,
to the
I
task
believe
force.
that there's help that we can have. Yeah, Beatrice knows people that we can bring forward on immigration law if we
It
need.
was more a
if they need
question
it.
if they needed to exercise that option,
Yeah.
can they? But I understand what we're saying.
Okay.
Anybody else, or we're good? All righty, could we get a vote?
Mr. Bergen, I don't have a motion recorded on the floor or a second. I had Jessica's
Oh, you just did the presentation.
explanation, but I don't have a motion and a second on the floor.
Do you want me to make my own motion, you guys? Wow. Wow.
I move that we implement the immigration task force as established by resolution R2250068 along the lines as outlined by Councilor Buell.
Second.
Okay, Councilor Kosa,
Yes.
Councilor Beal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
and Councilor Gonzalez. That moves us to consideration of ordinances with 12.1, an ordinance for the provision of minimum standards to safeguard life, health, property, and public welfare by the regulation and control of the design, construction, quality of materials, use and occupancy, location and maintenance of all buildings and structures within the city of Durango, and certain equipment specifically regulated herein, adopted by reference to the 2024 edition of the International Building Code.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Jamie Lopko, Community Development Director, to present ordinances to adopt new building codes for the city. This presentation is going to cover items 12.1 through 12.9 on tonight's agenda. I'm going to cover each of the 9 codes, allow you to respond to any questions you may have for that, and then we'll have individual motions on each of the 9 items. So you have before you 9 ordinances that are going to adopt the 2024 international codes, as well as the 2023 National Electrical Code and associated amendments to Chapter 6 and 8 of our Code of Ordinances. The city is currently working from the 2018 international codes, which were adopted in 2022. The intent of staff is to update these every 3 to 6 years, so the city remains current on building trends. So the adoption of the international codes are in conformance with goals across several city adopted plans, including the safety and quality of life goal of our strategic plan, focusing on fostering a safe and vibrant community. So governments adopt international building codes primarily to ensure public safety, health, and welfare, while also promoting consistency across different jurisdictions and reducing costs. So by using something like the International Building Code, a government can provide a baseline for building safety that's regularly updated by experts, making it more cost-effective than developing and maintaining our own complex code from scratch. So building codes are essentially a set of minimum quality and safety laws for construction. They ensure a building won't collapse, catch fire, or harm its occupants, and they do this by covering a wide range of specific requirements. Every technical rule in the building code exists for a primary reason: to protect the health, safety, and well-being of people who use the building, as well as the general public. So these technical requirements are broken down into different aspects of the building, like the structure or the bones of the building. Fire safety, essential systems like your plumbing, electrical, mechanical, and you have accessibility and energy efficiency. These codes are international, so they are written to cover any jurisdiction. So a lot of the amendments you will see will be things to make them specific to Durango, whether it's adding the city of Durango in there, adding our building official title in there, or changing something that's specific to our area. And so listed on the slide are the codes that we will go through this evening. Wanted to let you know that community development staff did begin notifying our applicants, our contractors in June of 2025 that we plan to adopt these new codes. We made notes on every building permit issued. We made updates to our signatures so everybody would know that this was coming. We took every opportunity with anybody doing business with the city to let them know these updates were coming. Additionally, we conducted a training just this past week on October 30th on the International Energy Conservation Code, including the Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code, was well attended by municipal employees, architects, engineers, contractors, developers. We're also planning to offer another training or roundtable discussion on our international codes on November 13th. In addition, the Colorado chapter of the International Code Council, they have several trainings available on the 2024 international codes, as well as a week-long educational institute that they offer on that. There's also a variety of online and in-person courses by the International Code Council, and there are YouTube webinars from the Colorado Energy Office that are offered. So agenda item 12.1 is our International Building Code, or IBC. We're proposing to adopt this by reference with a few amendments. We're going to omit the electrical code since we're adopting the 2023 National Electrical Code. We're going to omit the property maintenance code. It provides very few new tools for us, and it actually does contradict some of the things that we have in our current land use code and would add some enforcement items that we have not historically enforced. So we are not going to adopt that. Several amendments. A lot of these are general in nature about the title of documents, referring to our city building division and building official, providing for a means of appeals. We do not have a board of appeals specific to our building division, so they do use our board of adjustment, which is our community development commission. We also put in a reference specific to anybody who violates these policies, what they would fall under for the city of Durango, which is our section 116, our code of ordinances. And specific to the IBC, we added our specific flood hazard areas that were in an engineering report dated on April 25th of 2024. And then we also changed a requirement that we would require fire sprinklers in a certain area in mixed use buildings if they have 2 or more units. So if they have 2 units or less, they would not have to require fire sprinklers in a mixed use building. If you have more than 2, then you would be triggered for fire sprinklers. And last thing on this is adopting our Appendix G for flood resistance construction. This is a recommendation of FEMA to make sure that we have a full tool chest when we're looking at flood resistance for permitting and construction. 12.2 is our International Residential Code. It's going to have very similar amendments as the building code, that we're going to omit the property maintenance code. We're going to omit the electrical code, same general amendments related to the title and appeals. But this one will also add a couple of things, that there is a empty table in there for climatic and geographic design criteria. So we filled that in with information related specifically to Durango. We also changed the depth required for sewage disposal systems to make sure that was relevant to Durango as well. A couple other things I wanted to touch on is we did delete a section on protection of fire protection of floors, just because of the type of construction we have here. That's not something you would typically need. We did delete the section on automatic fire sprinkler systems because this is new in the 2024 code, and this would require fire sprinklers in townhomes as well as 1 and 2 family dwellings. And this is not something we've historically required in the city of Durango. And we did delete an option for a vacuum test on rough plumbing. This is a carryover from our 2018 code. This is just not a test that's done in our area. Similarly with gray water, it's carryover, and this is something that's not practical in our area. We deleted Part 8 on electrical since we're adopting the 2023 electrical code. We did add an exception to allow open risers on exterior stairs so people could shovel snow off their stairs. We're deleting Chapter 11 on energy efficiency because we're adopting the International Energy Conservation Code, And we're adopting Appendix BE on radon control methods because we do have some properties with unacceptable radon levels, and there's no other mitigation measures available for adoption. So agenda items 12.3 through 12.6 is our international mechanical, plumbing, fuel gas, and existing building codes. They have the same general amendments for the title, the official in charge, the means of appeals and violations. For our mechanical code, we did make one amendment, and that's related to basically a type 2 exhaust in your kitchen. It has a requirement that it can't be less than 10 feet from a property line or another building. Well, that becomes problematic in our downtown where you have buildings that are directly adjacent to each other and directly adjacent to the property line. So you can't have them 10 feet apart. So we are eliminating that from the code. And then for our plumbing code, several amendments just specific to Durango. It's one of those where, again, our plumbing pipes, we want them 12 inches down instead of 6 inches because it gets cold here. Same with our sewer, again, making sure that those are at the right depth. And then adding if you have a vent on the roof of the building, that we want it to be 16 inches from the building in case we get snow up there. We don't want the snow to cover the opening of that vent. And lastly, on the plumbing code, we did allow air tests for vent air test. It's not something that's typically required, but the state of Colorado did recommend that we allow this due to if we use water in the wintertime, it can freeze. One other thing I want to note about the plumbing code is currently we do not permit inspect plumbing in the city of Durango. It is our intent to take that back over from the state next year, effective July 1st of 2026. And there are no other amendments proposed for the fuel and gas or existing building code. The National Electrical Code, we are proposing to adopt the 2023 version with no amendments. I will also note again that even the city does not permit or regulate electrical in the city. That is something done by the state. It will stay with the state. We don't have the appropriate staff to be able to take that on with the appropriate qualifications, but we are still required to adopt the most recent version of the code that's being enforced by the state. And item 12.8 is our International Energy Conservation Code. This will include our model electric ready and solar ready code. And I will note that because there's a state bill that requires that any jurisdiction that's adopting new I-codes, which is where we're at, we're adopting new international codes prior to June 30th of 2026, we're required to adopt either the 2021 or the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code, the 2023 National Electrical Code, and the model electric ready and solar ready code written by the state. Staff's proposing to adopt the 2024 version. You'll note in your agenda document that there was a table provided in there. The energy code is probably the one where you will see that there is additional cost related to that. So we did evaluate going from 2028 to 2021 versus 2024 and found that there's going to be cost differences there. But when it came to the difference in the two, the 2024 actually offers more flexibility and is a little bit less restrictive than the 2021. And it actually still allows us to maintain path towards net zero. So we are recommending the 2024 because it does give us better opportunities. So we do still have the same general amendments for title and appeal and violations. The only amendments we have for this is we modified sections to make it clear that buildings have to require with the state electric ready and model ready code. We made a recommendation, the state made a recommendation related to lighting systems for lighting controls to make sure that they have the ability to have the automatic off switch after a certain period of time when somebody leaves the room. We deleted a section on on-site renewables per the recommendation of the state. We replaced the section of code C406 with the 2024 International Electrical Code with the same section of 2021. There's one section that the state recommended, which is C406, that we use the 2021 version versus the 2024 version because it gave us more flexibility. So that's the only section where we would actually use 2021. And that was at the recommendation of the state. And the last piece is we evaluate structures for their energy performance and their energy requirements. And so the last thing is they added a section that has a software that's available to evaluate that if you have windows that are below standard. The software will give you options. Well, you can improve over here, a vent system or some other way in the building to offset that to make sure you're meeting energy requirements and still being energy efficient. So that's in there as well. And lastly is our fire code, which is 12.9. We did work with Durango Fire Protection District in this, and most of the recommendations for amendment came from them. So they do have general amendments to the title of the document and violations, but they do also make reference to our current intergovernmental agreement with them for some of the requirements in here. We do add a section specific to Durango and/or the state of Colorado when it comes to change of use. We've added our building official into that for change of occupancy for compliance with those. We added a compliance in there for state requirements for keeping of records. We've added a section to supplement our regulations from the city's land use and development code related to single-family residential driveways. We've added information on the qualification section. They have a fire code board of appeals, so they've detailed the qualifications for their board members. We've changed a reference to be to the 2025 wildfire resiliency code, which we will be looking at next. And then also section 8.48 of the Code of Ordinances was revised to reflect the correct titles of divisions and personnel in the DFPD. The next section is on tent or membrane structures. This was amended in a couple areas in the code to permit one or more tents that comprise 700 feet would require a permit. That's being increased from 400 feet, so we're making it a little more flexible. The open burning and recreational fire sections, that's all in section 307. Those were amended in various ways to separate out recreational fires from open burning. One of the requirements is to prohibit open burning and bonfires in Durango, period, versus allowing them under certain consistent conditions. So we're basically just saying you can't have these. There's also one where we're requiring a permit for all fires except for a recreational fire, whereas the code would allow it under specific instances. We're giving the fire official authority to require someone to extinguish any fire deemed hazardous or somebody who didn't get a permit instead of just an open burning permit. And there is currently in the code an exception for 1 and 2 family dwellings that we are taking out. So that means that 1 and 2 family dwellings that have a portable outdoor fireplace would be required to have it 15 feet away from any structure or combustible material. And then lastly, they added a definition of a recreational fire pit because the code did not have one. Automatic fire sprinklers, various sections were updated there to require a permit. If you require a sprinkler, say in a portion of a building, that they don't want it to be just a portion of the building. They want it to be comprehensive and throughout the building, not just a piecemeal attempt to put it in one part of a building. So they want it like fire and sprinkler systems throughout the building. They want the fire sprinkler systems to be designed by a certified professional. That's what you see, the NICET. It's a certification for a professional. So that's why you see that in the code. And we're adding an exception similar to the other one, where if you have a mixed use building that only has 2 units, they don't have to put in a fire sprinkler system. The last one is the emergency responder communication. This is in a couple of sections, and this is one where new technology has been introduced that allows them to have a signal strength within a building. However, that technology is very expensive. So what we've done here is added as an or. You can use the new technology if you have the equipment, or we can keep it as it was where they have the current equipment, and both will provide the needed emergency responder communication that's necessary for the buildings. They still have the ability to do that. All right, so this concludes the presentation, and this is the recommended motion for the first ordinance for item 12.1, which is the International Building Code, as on this slide. I do have a slide for each of the ordinances 12.1 through 12.9. And at this point, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on any of the 9 ordinances.
Move to approve an ordinance for the provision of minimum standards to safeguard life, health, property, and public welfare by the regulation and control of the design, construction, quality of materials, use and occupancy, location, and maintenance of all buildings and structures within the city of Durango and certain equipment specifically regulated herein, adopting by reference, the 2024 edition of the International Building Code.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. I mean, I'm sure exhaustive list of material to go through in order to present that to council. So thank you for all of your team and your effort in getting this before council. I've been thinking about this a lot. You know, we talk about affordability, and I know there's nothing we can do when it comes to passing state mandated codes or coming up to date with international building codes and that sort of thing. You know, we have the IECC, you know, looking at that table, you know, gas homes are going to change from $2,405 to $6,400 to cost. Electric houses are going to cost, you know, from 1667 cost to 10,425. We're getting ready to pass a wildland or possibly pass a wildland urban interface code that's going to cost home builders more to build new homes. It's also going to cost more for people that want to renovate their homes. You know, we're looking at potentially the 1A passing from the county. That's going to be 1% more in taxes. We're going to have more property taxes potentially with the fire department. We're getting ready to potentially pass a 10% water increase or a 20% sewer rate increase. It's just going to be a lot. And I would not benefit any of us if I didn't make mention of that on the dais. We're already expensive, and even incrementally making it more expensive, especially when we're doing it a little bit at a time, is something that I think we should all be cautious of and aware of, because we're going to get asked the questions, you know, and I think it's something that we just really need to keep our finger on the pulse with. Thank you.
Anybody else for discussion? Let's have a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Counselor Koso,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the ordinance providing for the regulation and control of the design, construction, quality of materials, erection, installation, alteration, repair, location, relocation, replacement, addition to, use and maintenance of 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of International Residential Code for 1 and 2 family dwellings.
Second.
Seeing no hands. Anybody have any discussion? Sorry. Oh. Okay. Mhm. No, I got. Dave, you're gonna have to take over. I just can't talk anymore. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, sorry. I didn't hear you.
I got.
No, since there's no further discussion, can I get a roll call, please?
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Counselor Koso,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Yes.
There's this to 12.3.
Move to approve an ordinance providing for the regulation and control of the design, construction, installation, and quality of materials, location, operation, and maintenance of heating, ventilation, cooling, and refrigeration systems, incinerators, and other miscellaneous heat-producing appliances within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Mechanical Code.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, get a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Counselor Koso.
Yes.
Brings us to item 12.4.
I move to approve an ordinance providing the regulation and control of the erection, installation, alteration, addition, repair, relocation, replacement, maintenance, or use of any plumbing system within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of International Plumbing Code.
Second. Any council discussion? Get a roll call, please.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Counselor Koso,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Beal?
Yes.
Brings us to item 12.5.
Move to approve an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing of fuel, gas systems, and gas-fired appliances within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Fuel Gas Code.
Second.
Council discussion? Get a roll call, please.
Counselor Kosa?
Yes.
Counselor Beal?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Brings us to 12.6.
I move to approve an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing of the repair, alteration, change of occupancy, addition, and the relocation of existing buildings, including historic buildings within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Existing Building Code.
Second.
Council discussion? Get a roll call, please.
Counselor Beal?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Kosa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie?
Yes.
12.7.
Move to approve an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing of the safeguarding of persons and property from hazards arising from the use of electricity within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the National Electrical Code.
2023.
Second.
Hold on.
Wait.
Sorry.
2023 edition of the National Electrical Code. My bad. Error.
Oh,
On my
Oh,
motion.
okay. Yeah.
need to reread?
No, just say 2023.
2023.
Second.
Any council discussion? A roll call, please.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Counselor Beal?
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Kosa?
Yes.
I'm Counselor Buell. You
I
are
jumped,
Counselor Kosa.
I jumped a little there. My apologies.
I move to approve an ordinance providing for the establishment of minimum perspective and performance-related regulations for the design of energy-efficient buildings and structures within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code, including the Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code.
Second.
Council discussion? Okay, get a roll call, please.
Mayor Yazzie?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Kosa?
Yes.
Counselor Beal?
Yes.
Brings us to item 12.9.
Move to approve an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing of the safeguarding of life and property from fire and explosion hazards arising from the storage, handling, and use of hazardous substances, materials, and devices, and from conditions hazardous to life or property in the occupancy of buildings or premises within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Fire Code.
Second.
Council discussion? Get a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Counselor Beal?
Oh, yes.
Mayor Yazzie?
Yes.
Counselor Kosa?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Brings us to 12.10, an ordinance to establish minimum regulations for safeguarding of life and for property protection intended to mitigate risk to life and structures from the intrusion of fire from wildland fire exposures and fire exposures from adjacent structures, and to mitigate structure fires from spreading to wildland fuels within the city of Durango, adopting the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code.
All right. Good evening again. Jamie Lopko, your Community Development Director, here to present an ordinance to adopt the wildfire regulations for the city. Again, this ordinance adopts 2025 Wildlife Resiliency Code, and it's in conformance with the goals of across several plans, including our safety and quality of life goal of the strategic plan, focusing on fostering a safe and vibrant community. All right, so on May 12th of 2023, the governor of the state of Colorado signed Senate Bill 23-166. It established a Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code Board. They had several purposes, including mapping the wildfire area, adopting the model codes, figuring out how to identify when it applies, and they also will govern those codes and any modifications and appeals related to those codes. At first, this was required to be adopted by a jurisdiction within 3 months of when the board adopted theirs, and then enforced within another 3 months beyond that. On June 3rd of 2025, the governor signed Senate Bill 25-142 that extended that time frame from 3 months to 9 months. So the Colorado Wildfire Board adopted their codes and standards on July 1st of 2025. So that gave us jurisdictions until April 1st of 2026 to adopt, and until July 1st of 2026 to begin enforcement. So the code is broken down into 5 chapters. Chapter 1 is just general requirements of when these requirements are applicable, as well as enforcement, how to address temporary uses, and stop work orders. Chapter 2 clarifies the terms and definitions specific to this code. Chapter 3 is identification of the wildfire hazard areas of low, medium, and high, and their mapping characteristics that were used to identify them. And it can also be used for ground truthing if a property happens to fall within like 2 classifications. We could use ground truthing to say, okay, it's either low or it's medium. And then Chapter 4 is where we get into the meat of where it really hits the community development department. Chapter 4 is really the exterior design and construction of the structure within the area. And that's going to include the type of materials they're used and the construction, structure hardening for things like your roof, your gutters, ventilation openings for your class 1 or low intensity properties. And then include things like your walls, decking, glazing, doors, things for your class 2 structures, which is in your medium or high intensity areas. And then Chapter 5 gets into basically the area around the structure. We call it defensible space. And that's broken down actually into 3 zones. So class 1, zone 1 covers the area that's from 0 to 5 feet from the structure. And that's going to be require non-combustible materials. It's going to be rock, concrete, bare earth. And if you're going to have plantings there, they have to be ignition resistant. If you have, you can't plant any new trees there. If you have any existing trees, we can look at those to see if they're in good health and they can be maintained in a safe manner that close to the structure. And then lastly, this area also looks at retaining walls and fences. Those are going to be required to be made of non-combustible or ignition-resistant materials if they are within 8 feet of the structure, or if they are within on the property line, and then they're within 8 feet of the structure as well. They will be required to meet that. Then your class 2, zone 2 covers from 5 to 30 feet from your structure. And this means you still have to meet all the class 1 requirements, but these are in addition to that. And so these are going to be removing any hazardous or dead material from your live vegetation. So if you've got some dead branches on your trees, got to get those removed. It's also going to avoid large accumulations of anything that could be a fuel for a fire, like stack of fire logs. If you've got a stack of leaves, if you've got just debris that's piled up somewhere, you're going to be required to clean that up to make sure that we're not providing fuel for the fire. They also want to make sure you're pruning any trees to make sure there's a clearance of 10 feet from any structure, as well as 6 to 10 feet from the ground. And then we also want to space any shrubs 10 feet away from the edge of trees. They're just basically trying to spread out any type of fuel to make sure that it's not spreading from one to the other very easily. And lastly, it's going to be your class 2 zone 3 that covers from 30 feet to 100 feet from the structure. And again, you have to comply with zones 1 and 2 still. But this is going to require, the only additional thing is the tree crowns, which is the outside of the trees. They want those spaced a minimum of 6 to 10 feet apart. So this is a sample of the mapping that was provided to us. The yellow is your low intensity area, the orange is your medium intensity area, and the red is your high intensity area. The hatched areas are federal lands or tribal lands, and any area that is not colored is not subject to this code. So as you can see, most of our downtown is not subject to this code. And last thing I want to cover is amendments and our timeline and educational efforts. Even though this is not required to be adopted until April 1st and go into effect until July 1st, since we are coming forward with amendments right now, we wanted to do it across the board to not piecemeal things and say, okay, we have 2024 codes. Oh, now we have wildfire codes. We wanted to be able to do them all at once on January 1st and then work with any developers coming in to let them know wildfire code is here. While you're from January to 1st may not have to comply with it, it's coming. This is what it would look like for you. We have talked to suppliers out there. They know it's coming. They have limited materials available. So we'll work with them to make sure that they're more readily available come April 1st to make sure people aren't waiting for those type of materials when they're needed. We are having two amendments. One is the general amendment based on the title of the document. The other is for additions. If you're doing an addition to your house, if you're in the zone, the code says you'll be triggered if you do a 500 square feet addition or more. Well, we currently have a 400 square feet trigger that we use for public improvements. So we wanted to make those match to where if you're going to do a 400 square feet addition, you would be triggered both for wildfire code as well as public improvements to make it a little more consistent with what we're doing. The state wildfire code board has actually put in place what they call peer exchanges that are across the state. Those happen virtually as well as in person. They're on a monthly basis over the past year. Our staff has been participating in those to learn from our peers, to see what they're doing, to see how they're progressing. Regionally, we also have a task force that's with the Durango Fire Protection District, as well as all entities in Lopata County. Actually, anybody under Durango Fire's jurisdiction. We've been meeting with them, but at this point in our area, we're kind of leading the way in these efforts. We did provide a training on this code that was coordinated with the county, conducted on September 3rd of this year. We had a wide range of attendees, again, municipal employees, contractors, architects, and suppliers. And then again, we will have another training on November 13th that will include the wildfire code as well as the international codes. Also wanted to share that Headwater Economics, which is a program of the Community Planning Assistance for Wildfire, offered an opportunity for technical assistance with the adoption and implementation of this code. The city did apply for that and has been selected to participate in that. So we will be working with Headwater Economics from October through May 1st on a variety of issues. Could be guidance on enforcement of the code, assistance with public engagement and communication about the code, and we'll also be doing updates to our land use code for compliance on this, that they can help us with all of those things. And lastly, just want to reiterate, this is something that's mandated by the state. We do have to adopt this. There will be probably different iterations of it in different areas, similarly like rural areas. The state is being flexible based on what people feel they have the ability to do. Say La Plata County has less resources than we do. They have, they will likely adopt it from more of a building permit perspective, less so on the defensible space. The ideal thing is for everyone to adopt fully the code, but they understand not everybody has the resources right away to be able to do that. So they're allowing incremental steps to get there. Staff feels that Chapter 4 of the code, it's part of our building code, really easy for us to enforce and implement that and work with the suppliers to make sure we have that available. Chapter 5, I can tell you that we will be looking at that from a multifamily and commercial perspective when it comes to defensible space. We do not currently regulate single family landscaping. We don't
Move to approve an ordinance to establish minimum regulations for the safeguarding of life and for property protection intended to mitigate the risk to life and structures from intrusion of fire from wildland fire exposures and fire exposures from adjacent structures, and to mitigate structure fires from spreading to wildland fuels within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2025 Wildfire Resiliency Code.
Second.
Any other discussion? I do have go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, please.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Jamie, the move from 500 to 400 square feet for triggering that, do we have any indication that there's an average square footage that people go after? Is this going to be a big imposition, or are most people doing 400 square foot anyway? You know what I'm saying? 400 to 500, I guess I said.
I think it varies based on the size of the lot that they're working with. A lot of people, I think, is anywhere between probably 300 and up to 1,000 that we see at times.
Okay. Okay.
Jamie, thank you once again for another exhaustive explanation. Thank you. This is only for new and additions being built for development. Is that correct? For new builds?
Yeah, it will not be retroactive, but like if you re-roof, if you do touch more than 25% of the roof, you will be required to do the whole roof. Same with like the wall. If you're doing siding or repair of siding, if you do more than 20% of a wall, you have to do the whole wall. For the addition, only the addition has to be compliant, but new construction, everything has to be compliant.
Okay. And then do you know, like the IECC, do you know, did they put out a table of like how much this could potentially be extra for any sort of cost?
We've gotten varying things from that. There's been a discussion at the state level as well. For the most part, we're hearing 20%.
20% more expensive. And we don't have a choice, right? I mean, we either say yes on the dais or fall within non-compliance with the state.
Yes.
but 20% more for new builds. I will also, make mention that if we look back at the map here, Three Springs is included in all of this, correct?
Yes.
So everything west of the 16550 intersection is included. We have pretty much everything north of 32nd included. And then are there different varying levels of requirement, like regulatory requirement for the different shades? Or what do the shades designate?
That's a different intensity. So when we talked about the zones, that will be like the zone 1 is probably only going to be relevant in the low intensity areas. When we talked about the class 1 and class 2, when it came to the building code requirements, when it came to adding in your decks, your hardening of your structure, that's in your orange and red areas. So you have tier 1, which is your yellow areas, and then tier 2, which is your orange and red areas.
Okay, so if you're in the red zone, then you need to make sure you're doing with zone 1, 2, and 3 for your new build or whatever. Okay, thank you so much.
Jamie, was there any hope that the insurance rates would buffer some of the costs associated with this, or has anybody talked about what might happen around insurance if we do this wildfire hardening?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thanks.
God, I hate feeling so helpless that there's nothing that we can do about this, but we're just expected that we're going to incur 20% more. And the people of Durango, I mean, we're talking about phase 2 of flipping Three Springs, which is 1,100 more units of housing. It's going to be 20% more expensive. I am beyond right now. I am just beyond. I know that you're the messenger, and I appreciate you being the little carrier pigeon that you are. But man, I understand. I'm on the Wildfire Watershed Protection Fund, and I understand how vitally important this is, but now we're just supposed to just take it on the chin. All the teachers and the firefighters and the police department, folks that want to live in, the families that want to move here. I understand it, but I do not like 20% more expensive. Yeah, I guess we should probably, any other discussion? Now that I'm off my pulpit. What's that? So, sorry, yeah, any other discussion? All right, thank you. May I get a roll call?
Councilor Gonzalez. Councilor Kosa.
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie. Councilor Beal.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Yes.
Brings us to item 12.11, an ordinance amending in pertinent part the Durango Code of Ordinances, Chapter 17, Offenses, Article 3, Offenses against the person by adding 17-44 speed restrictions on multi-use trails.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could have just one quick second before this starts. I just want to look at our executive leadership team, and Mr. Morgan is doing a presentation on an ordinance. I think right there, that is a round of applause. We are all watching.
Thunder.
We are all watching, man.
I'm going to start off by saying I don't do presentations often, but when I do, they're always at the end of a marathon meeting, not just one marathon meeting, but 2 marathon meetings. They're subject to a very misleading newspaper article, which led to 2 rounds of very misinformed public comment. But I will still proceed. First thing I want to make sure that everyone understands, contrary to the newspaper article and public comment, this ordinance does not establish a speed limit on any of our trails. That has been said over and over and over in public comment. It was the title of the newspaper article, but it's not what it does. Consideration ordinance establishing speed restrictions of 10 miles per hour only when others are present on hard surface multi-use trails. I even put a little visual aid in here for Jose of what a sign might look like, because it's not a traditional speed limit sign. It is a speed limit only when others are present. How did I get to this point, and why is legal doing this? Legal is doing this, one, because we'll be the ones charged with prosecuting it if anyone's ever cited for it. And 2, because we reached a point with all the electric bikes where liability was becoming an issue, and it was just time to establish a speed limit. Where I started with this was with the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials and their guides for speed restrictions on trails. And what they say is don't put speed limits on trails. Establish maximum speeds that are for the most common users. So when you hear people come in here and talk about commuting and using the trails, generally we want them to be able to go fast. And we don't want to restrict them to a speed limit as long as it's reasonable and doesn't create harm to others. Anyway, you can read their definition there, what you're supposed to do. So that's what we started, was the national organization that says we generally don't use speed limits on trails. Let's see. This comes from our own recreation department's trail rules and etiquette. So this has been around since you opened the Animas Trail. And all it says is the only thing you can find on the city website is that they recommend a speed limit of 10 miles per hour. Please keep your speed under 10 miles per hour on city hard surface trails. So I had the national guidance, which is no speed limit. And I had our local Parks and Rec department, which has said we recommend speeds under 10 miles per hour, but doesn't establish a speed limit. So in the drafting of the ordinance, and I broke this into several slides so we can really look at it, shall be unlawful for any person to operate, ride, and you can read the rest of it, in excess of 10 miles per hour when others are present. So that's the only time it applies when others are present. Doesn't apply. What that means is if you have the trail to yourself, if you're commuting early in the morning, you can go a reasonable speed, 20, 25, 15, whatever is reasonable for you, and there aren't other people around you're putting at risk by going too fast, you can use that speed. I define what the term when others present means, and that's when an operator knows or should have known that people are present. That means you can't fly around a corner and then get stopped and say, why didn't anybody was there? Well, it's unreasonable to fly around a corner at whatever time of day it might be when it might be crowded. The other thing I want to point out is that commuters are generally using the trails on weekdays when they're less crowded. So all these people complained about this being an unreasonable restriction on commuters. One, it's not really going to apply to them commuting because they're commuting when it's used the last. And two, it doesn't establish that speed limit. The second part, nothing here is intended to restrict the speed of individuals traveling together in the same direction. So if you're commuting to work with somebody, we want to avoid the confusion saying, well, that's two people are present at the same time, so they have to go less than 10. No, if you're traveling with someone in the same direction, it doesn't apply. Violation of section to be considered a contributing factor to the additional violation of reckless endangerment, also found in this chapter. And then we set the fine at $100 so people would take it seriously. The intent here, the real intent, is to get signs so people have some guidance on what they're supposed to be doing. So unfortunately, the way it was characterized in the newspaper and the public comments you've gotten is mischaracterized the intent of this ordinance. Got a lot of comments about enforceability. So I've been a lawyer for 25 years. I was a prosecutor for 5 years. I wrote this because my office is going to be the one that prosecutes it. So people who are making these comments about, oh, this is unenforceable, you can't prosecute it, it's arbitrary. By my profession, I'm telling you that it's not. If the police write a ticket for this, I can take it to the judge and I can get a conviction out of it. So anyway, I don't want to overstate all that. Anyway, there's my sign again. We did go ahead and we started developing a list of frequently asked questions about this. You have that in your packet. It's a little bit hard to read here, but those are some of the questions that you might have. They're kind of fun to think up questions and write answers. If you guys have any questions about those, I can go into that. And the recommendation is that you adopt the ordinance as written. There has been some discussions about changing the 10 to 15, and that doesn't matter. If that amendment is something you guys like to do tonight or at some other form, you're happy to do it. The idea here is to let the commuters commute and go a reasonable speed when they have the trails themselves. And when people are coming around each other, they slow down to a reasonable speed. Is 10 miles per hour more reasonable than 15? That's up to you guys. I did talk to the chief of police. He thought 10 miles per hour for those when people are passing each other, but 15 is fine too. I really think that all the concerns came because people looked at this and said, oh, this is a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit for the whole trail. And it was never that. It's not that tonight. And this is the recommended ordinance. Questions? Thank you.
Great job.
Now I'm going to go have a Dos Equis.
Can I make a different motion?
Sure.
Is that okay now? Different motion?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure I didn't have to make this motion. I want to make a motion to postpone action on the proposed ordinance establishing a speed limit on the Animas River Trail and refer the matter to a future city council study session. I want to move that staff prepare a comprehensive presentation for a study session that will include detailed justification based on data and research for the recommended speed limit, a plan detailing the proposed signage and enforcement strategies, including any associated fees or fines, a structured community engagement plan. That's most important, including outreach to key partner organizations and user groups to gather broad public input on the proposed speed limit and implementation plan. This requested to ensure council makes an informed decision that reflects a balanced approach to safety, usage, and community consensus.
Second.
Okay. I have reasonings.
Sorry, I'm getting used to my new role. Councilor Gonzalez.
Okay, so Mark, procedurally, are my comments are on the motion
That's the
that
motion.
the counselor made, not necessarily on the presentation.
Right. Yeah, the vote the vote is what Councilor Buell
for-
proposed.
So the motion on the floor is what Counselor
Yeah,
Buell,
so any questions I have to be related to the motion on the floor, not related to the presentation that you did.
no, I mean, any questions? Yeah, I mean, your motion is germane to, the only thing that's on the floor is your motion. But
Okay.
any questions about what I presented would be germane to her
To
motion.
her
so
motion.
it's
Okay, so
appropriate.
there's a motion and the second on the floor. So let me just ask some questions related to your presentation, and then I'll think about, because, of course, as you explained it today, it makes a lot more sense to me. I was prepared to vote on the motion that you presented, but I also, obviously, there's been some miscommunication in what
I blame Tom, by the way.
in what's been presented, and even as I understood it, because I'll have to, I think even procedurally, we typically, and in fact, the state sets speed limits, and then we can choose to support them or not support them, was my understanding. So that we were able to set our own speed limits surprised me to begin with, but we are, is that we are able to set our own speed limits.
Well, so again, and this is not traffic. This is on a recreational trail. And it's not, we got to stop, you got to say whatever you want, but it's not a speed limit. It's a
Right.
speed
Well,
restriction when it's a
that's, I think why,
that's where the confusion comes in, is everyone is comparing this to traffic and traffic rules and speed limits, and it was never intended to be that.
and I think because that's how we think, right? I've never seen language like this before. It's usually a speed limit and whether or not it's enforced, and what is the level of enforcement, right? Fines related to violating the speed limit. So this is very different. I think what is the most important, and while I continue to support Councilor Buell's suggestion or motion, is because I think it's important that we get the word out, and to continue to make sure people understand. And it's obviously created a lot of confusion, and even perhaps in the way that we do ordinances and support ordinances, and having people really want to comply. My sense is people want to know what the rules are and they want to comply. And so this was confusing. I thought you presented it very well. It made a lot of sense to me the way you presented it today. But I always think anytime there's opportunity for more community participation, it's a good thing. So,
And I would agree, because of the newspaper article and because of the way this went down with being at the end of 2 long meetings and not getting to do that presentation until so many people misstated what this was about, that it may take a study session to clear it up. I stand firm that it's the right thing to do, and it's a good compromise. I think what other jurisdictions are doing didn't put this type of effort into it. Oh, let's just make 15 and do a compromise. Well, 15 doesn't work for everybody.
this as written, after study session, whatever, I think it meets the desires of everybody on the, who's using the trail. But it may take more time for that to happen because of the circumstances that this happened with.
Council Buell?
I think that that kind of nails it on that. It's like community comprehension and support is what I think we're lacking here. And I don't think when your presentation is great and it makes perfect sense. And there's a lot of things behind it that I like. I commute on my e-bike, and 95% of the time I can see someone on the trail. I'm not passing them, but I can see them. And does that mean I have to drive 10? Because normally, like 95% of the time, I'm 12 to 13 miles per hour, and I don't go fast. I'm not a fast biker. And so 10 seems slow. And it just seemed like Devin gave his presentation, said 15 miles per hour a few months ago, whenever that was. And then all of a sudden it was 10. And I was like, what? And while I was sitting here the other day, I Googled other trail speeds, and I've been on Breckenridges, I've been on steamboats. They're very similar to ours. They're both 15 miles per hour. Almost no one has 10 miles per hour. So it's education, it's maybe bumping it up to 15, but I do like what you did with it as in terms of it's not a speed limit. My biggest thing is I want to ensure the safety of our increasingly popular Animas Rivers Trail. It's getting busier and busier for sure. However, we recently had a temporary speed management plan, pilot program that was not permanent, that we canceled because we didn't have enough community engagement. And now we're getting ready to pass an ordinance, which is essentially a law where people can get fined and taken to court without any community engagement with our partners. That seems a little crazy to me. I think we're moving a little fast. I would say I'm concerned we have conducted zero community engagement on this new permanent and enforceable speed limit. I think it must be supported by clear data and community buy-in. I think that is super. The amount of people that use that river trail, we have to have community buy-in for this to be successful, I believe. We're not going to get 100% community buy-in on anything. That never happens, but we need a good amount, I think, and like a clear process for why we're doing what we're doing. I think it needs a robust implementation plan for signage and enforcement that our community understands and supports. I would argue in certain areas on the river trail, it should be 10 miles per hour or less with signs. There's some that are highly dangerous, and I think there's a lot of conflict there. And when I'm going on, I might drop down way low. And so I think it's important. Therefore, that's why I moved to send this ordinance to study session. It's not an attempt to stop the ordinance. It's an effort to get it right. And yeah, most importantly, a concrete plan for public engagement. We need to talk to our partners, the people that use the trail daily, before we make this a law. It should be a thoughtful, engaged process, not a rushed one. So those are my 2 cents.
Councilor Koso.
Yeah, Councilor Buell, I think I'm just going to push back. I'm not sure what more time is going to buy us here. We know that the professionals that will implement a speed restriction and the ticketing, the citations, those things, they're going to have to be implemented on a trail that's being abused right now. I think it's paramount that we get a speed restriction in. I actually couldn't care less if it's 10 or 15, but I think it's very important that we act rapidly to make some changes on a trail that has been, demonstrated to be a danger in anybody using it. I don't think we can legislate proper behavior all the time, but I think we do need to start implementing enforcement actions that catch people's attention. And I'm not sure that more community engagement isn't going to get us a lot more of what we've already gotten, which is a fair number of emails saying, please do this. I've had many run-in experiences and many emails that are saying, please don't do this. I'm a commuter. You're going to slow me down. I'm not sure what a study session is going to do more to get the change in behavior on the trail. I think it's time for enforcement.
I would argue that even people that want the speed limit, like, and I'm forgetting his name, the one with the leash laws, He keeps like, he didn't even support this originally. And so we don't have community buy-in right now. I think we're gonna have a ton of pushback. I don't think that's what's best for our community. I think the biggest problem on that trail, from what everyone that I've talked to and people that have come in, is the motorbikes, is the kids on the illegal bikes, and that needs to be ticketed and enforced. Now, that can be ticketed and enforced now. That's illegal, and that should be done. I think a speed limit needs to be well thought out, and we have to have community buy-in in order for the biggest users to be excited and push this and support it. I think that's important. I think you're taking the biggest users out of it. You wanted the biggest users over on Seventh to buy into this, and now we're saying no.
You and I are going to have a problem with the premise that Seventh is in any way, shape, or form comparable to the Adams River Trail. So I mean, I don't agree with your premise on that one, but there's an element here that we just keep delaying, and we're going to get the community buy-in that we've gotten. I mean, we're just repeating it. We're just going to do this a month from now or 2 months from now. So anyway, that's my view.
Any other discussion? Okay, can you get a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
No.
Counselor Gonzalez. Yes. Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Counselor Koso.
No.
That brings us to item 13, public comment. We only had one person signed up. Is Beatrice Garcia still here? Okay.
Okay, now it's no matters. Okay, so again, my name is Beatriz Garcia. I'm a resident of the city of Durango. And I'm going to speak regarding the 2 children that were detained last week. And my preoccupation is about has been oversight to this facility who detained these children for 36 hours. In that facility, we have very high concerns about the kids being mistreated, they've been hurt. You guys already know all the details about how these kids suffer and violent were taken from their mother. So my asking here to the city of Durango is to really understand what you can do and making sure the kids in our community doesn't go through this situation again. No child should ever experience fear, humiliation, or neglect under the watch of any government agency. Yet, when happens, there is no oversight, no accountability, and no protection. Our silence becomes part of this problem. These 2 children, they are from our community, and they were detained in the ICE facility. And they were mistreated cruelly. They were violating their basic rights. And the children experienced has not only inhumane, but unconstitutional and violated the values that we hold as a city, as parents, as a neighbors, and as a human beings. We can do better. Durango can be a leader, and the city can say clearly and firmly, we protect kids, no systems that hurt them. So I encourage you to look for solutions. Last week, there was somebody that has clear points and how to do that oversight. She's an attorney. I encourage you to reach out to her to understand how the city can intervene and make sure there is no kids in the city of Durango that can go through this situation again. Thank you.
Thank you.
No one else has signed up for public comment. So that brings us to item 14.1, an ordinance creating and pertinent part of the Durango Code of Ordinances, Chapter 24, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 3, Parking Administration and Regulations, Section 24 through 82, parking prohibitions for recreational vehicles, trailers, and crafts. Counselor Koso.
Sorry. Just go ahead and discuss at this point. I got a motion. Yeah. What am I talking about?
I mean, never, I guess it's not really a motion for, yeah, it's just
Yeah, sorry.
maybe a little bit of background as to why.
Council, this is an issue that's been asked to be addressed from both residents and our police department. Code enforcement officers do not go out looking for RVs stored on public right of way, except in October, before the first snow plowing. Is there an issue? Oh, sorry. I thought you were giving me a heads up. We use a complaint-based system in response to RVs, trailers, boats, campers stored on the city right of way, and I would imagine that this would be used in the same way. The most common complaint is restricted parking availability with line of sight safety concerns at intersections in particular. That's the second most common complaint. I've had multiple complaints around large vehicles being parked for days, weeks, and in the case often for summer vacation with students, sometimes the vehicles and trailers have been parked for months in front of houses in the downtown area. We can go into more detail if the ordinance moves forward for consideration, but the most frustrating issue now is that owners of the vehicles need only move it 25 feet or around the corner to reset the notification requirement. It is a game of cat and mouse with our enforcement team, and I'm hoping we can improve a better ordinance to improve the situation.
You want to provide a little bit of clarification just on that, Councilor Kosko. You said it's been asked by the police department.
It's issued.
Okay, just want to make sure. I was like, for the council part, we've not asked for that as the police department. Gotcha.
Start working on this issue in and around the same time as I was independently asking about it, though.
Yes, yes, we have had discussions in regards to this. The discussions that we had at that point, just there was a lot more questions than we had answers. And so it was more from our perspective, at least for me to them, was to do more community engagement before I could make a decision on whether to bring this to the council. However, if the council decides y'all want to go forward without that, that's fine. I just wasn't prepared at that time when the PD was talking a little bit in code enforcement on this item to bring that to the council yet, because I didn't have a professional recommendation yet to provide.
What do you mean police were working on it?
There was parallel discussion. So I was bringing it up from resident complaints, and then at some point in my discussions and moving forward and understanding with the city attorney how to proceed with it, we found out that PD was also talking about this issue as well.
Talking about this issue, they weren't going in any direction to enforce or doing anything. My concern is that there is nothing in place, and if they are moving in a direction not as dictated by council.
Let me take this. I mean, Mark, because it is the police department. There was some discussion, a little more detail within my purview, where I was informed that code enforcement's under police, was looking at a possible change to this ordinance. When I talked to them specifically about what was the reason behind it, they didn't really have a clear answer as to how big of an issue it was. They did say they had some hot spots where people were complaining, but they were having a very difficult time providing any type of data or analysis to me of saying, this is a problem on 30%, 60%, 70%. I did bring up that there was an email from at the same time an individual at Crestview that said we were going to start a petition because of the RV citation that she received. I brought that to their attention, letting them know that this might have an impact negatively that we're not seeing. And at that point, they were like, yeah, we probably need to get more information before we're going to bring this to the council because we just didn't have as a staff the ability to present it in a manner in which I could say, like, I see this as a big issue. However, I think Councilor Koso is doing this from, if I correctly, from feedback that he's received from residents. So yes, the discussions were happening, but there was nothing moving forward as far as we're going to do an ordinance or anything else. They were looking at that possible way of doing a modification. I put a stop to it because they weren't able to convince me yet that that was a good portion. And so we kicked it back to get some more community engagement and find out really what the issue is. And then maybe we can talk.
Thank you, Councilor.
That's what I'd push. Again, an ordinance, I think it's rushing it. I think community engagement, I think, we're a river town. don't see the problem with maybe permits where people who are respectful and, can't afford a storage or want to get off of work and go run the River. Like, I don't want to be that town that's we had an email not too long ago about people that have parked their summer RVs around for years and years and years in their neighborhood. And then they have a new person move in and complain about it. And now is it a nasty neighbor or is it a real issue? I don't see RVs and boats and trailers parked on 3rd Avenue where there's no parking all the time. Does that make sense? And so I'm not saying that it's wrong and that we shouldn't have something. I just don't know that I want to go straight into an ordinance changing things because there's some upset neighbors. And I love our river town. That defines us in some ways. I don't want to restrict that, and you don't have to agree with me, and that's fine. Because I don't have boats parked in front of my house, and so I don't have that problem, and I don't see it as a big problem. So.
Councilor Gonzalez.
So I guess, still like I'd like to support my colleagues in bringing forth items for educational purposes. This is again one of those things that I'm not that familiar with. I would love a presentation to hear about what the concerns are so that I can then make an informed decision about how to proceed. So I look forward to a presentation and some discussion on how we can improve that community. I had not heard any complaints about it from constituents, but I welcome a formal presentation, like formal staff presentation, and then we can hear from community. So thank you.
Mayor Yazzie.
Okay, so about a couple months ago, I met with the people up in Crestview about this exact issue. And it's something that does have to be looked into because some of the residents want to continue parking their RVs, their boat trailers, and that's with rafts and runabout boats. And their little casita campers. There's quite a few up in that area. So I think this issue does have to be addressed because they are taking up a lot of parking. And there was also one person mentioned the fact that when the kids are running out, from the street, and that's what kids do. And if there's a trailer and a boat, you can't see the young child running around. So I think it is a safety issue. That's all.
Yeah, I would agree, Mayor. Sorry, hands up. I would agree, Mayor. I think this is an issue that if you live and interact in downtown where parking is tight, this is a bigger issue. This is why I'm in favor of it being a complaint-based system. If it's not affecting a neighborhood, nobody cares, then I don't think there's as much of an issue. But I do think that it's a significant issue, especially in regards to determining a problem, because historically, if they've moved it 25 feet, everybody knows the way to get around this. They get a ticket, they move it 25 feet or around the corner, and then they just keep playing this game. It's, I think, demonstrating the fact that the city manager and city staff are going to have a hard time pulling any stats here to do anything more than say that this is anecdotal from folks. But, we've got those complaints. I certainly hear them more living in the downtown area. And I think it's something that can be addressed because it's going to be complaint based. I'm not going to worry about a neighbor trying to get revenge on another neighbor. I'm a lot more worried about an RV that's blocking line of sight from a safety perspective, or the ability for officers to enforce the fact that people shouldn't be using the public right of way to store RVs, boats, trailers, etc.
I would support, again, a study session with, community engagement and like a more research and stuff, but I just don't want to go straight into an ordinance. Just throwing that out there.
Any other discussion? Mayor Yazzie.
Okay, so the current ordinance is that they have to move the trailer or the RV anyway. So why don't we just enforce that? Because it is a safety issue. And I'm not sure if it was 24 or 48 hours that they need to move it. Do you recall, Mark?
No, not
Okay.
specifically.
So I
I
don't really,
don't.
I don't really see where a study session is going to provide more details about this, because it is a problem, and we could deal with it really simply right here.
It's more suggestions on, is that the only thing we should do? Is there more we should do? Is there a permit process? Is there a better way to do it? How can we get community buy-in? Is that everyone in our community, or is there just a few people complaining about it? Like, there's a lot of different options rather than just coming at it with an ordinance.
Seems like a pretty big stick for a fairly minor issue, in my opinion. I am also not in favor of just going straight out with an ordinance. We can disagree.
Yeah, that's
just
fine. But there's no reason just to trash it. If a study session is going to be the next step that's needed, I'm fine adapting it to a study session.
Sure.
So.
Sure. But so would we, I guess there's no amending the ordinance, so we need to vote on the ordinance because it's got a motion and a second.
I could withdraw the ordinance.
Oh, I guess there is not a motion because it's other new business.
was no
So this would be just to move it forward. So you'd have to provide another new business item for a study session.
Usually if it was just an item for a study session, it would just get voted on and go to a study session. I'm going to look at Mark and I'm going to try to be flexible unless the attorney kind of comes at me. So what I'm hearing is to modify this to be a study session, to which we can be an educational session of kind of what our RV ordinances is, maybe put some statistics out there of what we cite, how many citations there are. Could probably have Bryce and code enforcement kind of work on maybe where the hot spots are that we know, and provide that information, and then have discussion, then see what other direction after that council may have.
I would also argue that having something in there where maybe staff, since you guys have seen this over the years and you've dealt with it and code enforcement's dealt with it, it's not like it's a new issue, where we could see these improvements helping us and suggestions, and other similar communities do this, like a little research, nothing huge, but I think that that's important, because otherwise, I mean, I can go in and open the ordinance and read it tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, I think that like some recommendations for going forward, like enforcement strategies we could have, just a potential.
Looking at your communities like Salida, I mean, they have a river going through.
They have in Salida, and then recommendations for, again, community engagement, community buy-in, letting the community know we're doing this starting next summer or whenever it is, right? Like, just so the community is aware of what we're doing, because there's people on both sides. They're going to like whatever we do and they're not going to like whatever we do. And if I feel like the more info we have, the better.
That is, if that's the will of the council, that's fine. Usually I'm trying not to get too far out ahead and making an assumption that you want to go for a change. So that's where I always start conservatively of, let me just give you the information first to see if you want to. But if the council wants us to go ahead and give information plus steps that we can do to possibly address this, we can absolutely go that way as well.
It might be of interest too. I think the anecdotal evidence is important. People know that all you got to do is move it 25 feet. So they're no longer complaining. The statistics are going to be artificially low because it's never worked. And I'm speaking as a homeowner at this in the same way. So in some way, shape or form, some engagement from the neighborhoods that are most affected by it would be of interest too, as part of the study session.
Certainly. All right, any other discussion?
Not on that one.
Yeah, we still need to vote. Yep. All right, can you get a roll call, please?
Oh, we have no motion on the floor.
But it's a.
Amend the motion to be a study session to talk about the ordinance and plus possible ways of enforcement, including community engagement plans that the council could consider. So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, I'm struggling right now.
Any discussion? All right, roll call.
Mayor Yazzie, Councilor Cosa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez, and Councilor Beal.
Yes.
Brings us to item 14.2, a resolution for water justice on the Animas River. Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Thank you. Madam Clerk. So shoot the boot. Shoot the boot. So yes, so Becky Clausen, she was here with the water justice class, and they gave that presentation or public comments to council. It is basically the gist of a potential resolution is that the city of Durango recognizes the Animas River as a purpose beyond the economic value that it provides to the community, such as rafting, fishing, agriculture, that sort of thing. But the river also has cultural, spiritual, and ecological value to residents, and as well as an inherent value to the community. So the request is a resolution to start as a starting point or a symbolic gesture to recognize the multiple values of the Animas River, so it can be considered a community entity. And basically this will allow them to help formulate the resolution. Kyle put out a email to Becky, and they would potentially have something potentially to council by next meeting for a possible resolution. So sorry, Faye, that there may not be an actual resolution to put in there until a little bit later in the ballgame. But that being said, they want to be present for public comment and to help shape the resolution. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you all, but they basically wanted to celebrate that city relationship with the Animas River. So yeah, that's what I have proposed.
I'll move to support a resolution for water justice on the Animas River as described by Dave Woodruff.
Second. Discussion. Roll call, please.
John Woodruff,
Yes.
Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Counselor Costa,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Brings us to 14.3, a resolution authorizing the city to request Colorado's 3rd congressional delegation to initiate an investigation of the actions of the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement Agency's actions that occurred October 27th and October 28th, 2025 in the city of Durango. Counselor Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you all. So do we have an update, Mark? Have they done that already? Could this item be changed to in support of?
No, because there's a government shutdown and Congress hasn't been in
Oh,
session.
that's right. That's why you said, I thought I had seen a social media post that,
And they may be posting if they intend to do that, but at this point, I think that it reads appropriate for tonight to request that they do it. And if they do it anyway, then you can just convert it to a resolution in support of it.
okay, so thank you. So I need to make a motion, correct? Okay. I move a resolution authorizing city to request, or perhaps I can just say so moved from what Faye read in
Yeah.
the record.
Second. I would like to just state that, I agree. I want to support Councilor Gonzalez through this. I hope they're already doing it. When I saw this, I thought that they were. If they are, like a letter, we've written letters on behalf of council before. I'm up for you writing a letter and I would sign it in support. I'm not sure if any, on council would. Whatever the best next step forward to support this action, I hope we can just take with this resolution. Does that make sense?
So a formal resolution is the most powerful message you can send. A letter signed by everyone is the second one, and then individual letters. And you can do all three.
Great. Any other discussion?
They picked up the wrong individuals. I guess I've got no problem supporting this. I'm just baffled that this isn't an automatic from the 3rd congressional district. So there, I made a statement.
Councilor, yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor Yazzie.
Okay, so sorry about my voice, but okay, so going forward with a resolution like this, I'm just wondering if it's worth the effort and time, because even if it does pass, DC is going to not support this, and even if there is a conviction, it's going to be pardoned by Trump, because this would be a federal prosecution. So to me, it seems like a little bit overstep in this form. That's all I got.
Any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie? Counselor Buell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Next item, which is 14.4, a study session on construction assistance and emergency funding on business programs. Counselor.
Council, this is establishment of an ongoing remediation grant fund for businesses and private individuals negatively affected by city operations that are not reimbursed through insurance in a given year. We've had several instances where in the process of normal operations, a small business or individual has been negatively affected by city ops, but the costs have not been covered by our insurance. In some cases, historically, this is shut down or deeply negatively affected a small business or individual who is not at fault, but has to deal with the negative results. I would propose to council that the fund could be administered through the city manager's office to review and award grants when a situation occurs. I would also like to get council feedback on the fund mitigating unexpected impacts to small businesses from planned construction. Specific to that, could this apply in some ways to the inevitable utility upgrades that we'll be doing down Main Avenue and unexpected impacts to the small businesses there?
Councilor Kosa, I think I might have apologized. I might have messed this one up for you and I misunderstood. At our one-on-one on Friday, I thought we were going to change from a remediation fund to a study session on a construction assistant and emergency funding business program. Because when we were talking about the remediation fund, I told you the hard part I would have is I wouldn't know how to fund it because of which fund would cause that portion. And I believe I thought, and I assumed I had a verbal from you to change it to the construction assistance emergency funding business program that we would present on how we could create a program or funding on that. But it seems that you were talking about the remediation fund.
I apologize. So yeah, the study session, there was so much with this, with the budget and all the rest. I apologize.
Oh,
So
no
I
worries
probably
at all.
missed a
And
beat.
so I just want to make sure I was in line with you. So if I may, just what I believe the item was, a study session through our prosperity office where they could come and present and we actually already have kind of some bare bones on this one, of a funding program that can provide funding for businesses that may be affected by construction. So if we're doing utility work that might shut them down, we can have a program with some parameters. We would present on that of what that would look like that businesses could apply for to get for assistance. And then also emergency funding that would be outside of also anything like city operations related. Business has a fire, business gets broken into, anything like that, that we would be able to have a mechanism to assist in those. And so what it would be is just a study session by Tommy Crosby to kind of formulate, here's what a program plan could look like, and see and have a discussion with council if that's something you would like us to look at implementing.
Mayor Yazzie, did you have a question or do you have?
Okay, so being a business owner for many, many years, it's like, hey, if you can't make it in business, you shouldn't be asking, we shouldn't be creating programs where they can come and ask for money, because that's part of the American culture is like, get out there and learn how to be more efficient and get your business rolling. So I'm kind of against this assistant program for businesses.
Jose, if this were to move forward, what would be the body that would be able to execute any sort of application? Would it be this? Because it's something we're using public funds. Would we have to go through council, or would that be a board, or would that be staff, or maybe a staff recommendation to council?
Don't. For sure. I think that's kind of them telling us, we don't have it fully baked. I think this just gives us a parameter to design a program to come back to council and discuss of what that would look like. So it would include what we would look at as staff as some recommendations of what's qualifications, how many times can a business apply for it, who would be that approving body, would we use the city council, would we use maybe the creative arts, I don't know if it would fit in there, but we could find a different body. We just haven't fully fleshed it out to that part. It was just something that we had already been thinking. And in a way to kind of assist Counselor Koso because of the remediation fund that may not, that kind of seemed like they went together, thought maybe this might be a way to assist it also. It's a long way of saying we would present what that program would look like at the study session, and I don't have the specifics yet.
Okay, great. Thank you. Counselor Lawyer.
Oh, that's me. That's weird. I like this more than I like the remediation fund. I had some concerns about the remediation fund, but I think that this is actually could, and I love that you said Tommy Crosby was going to present on it because he did such a great job with the local business.
You want us to get him for the speed limits on the trail too?
Yeah, let's get him. Can we, I'm just going to sign him up for all the things. He just did such a great job with the local business thing too. And I envision it like, it could be like something similar that he put together for trying to incentivize local businesses and small businesses to come in rather than big box stores. Anyways, I like it. I like the idea that it's emergency funding too, because yes, we should be strong, independent, amazing business owners, but on occasion a fire happens and you don't want seasons to go out of business. And if a little money can help and the city has the funding, I think it's okay. And I think keeping track of things like that, so like the same person isn't using it 3 years in a row or, you know,
Right.
like having like a good structure to it would be great. And I think it's great to support small businesses. So, yeah.
Counselor Koso.
I guess I just want to reiterate, a piece of this is core for me that these businesses have not caused the problem, right? A problem happened to them. They were outstanding businesses doing their own thing, trucking right along, and something happened outside the normal reign of them being good business owners. And so, I think that's particularly important here as well. So,
Counselor Gonzalez.
So I have seen it done in others, and I have some ideas. Perhaps we can move that along when the time comes. So thank you.
Excellent. Any other discussion?
Is there a motion on the floor?
study session for construction assistance and emergency funding business programs.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie. Councilor Gonzalez. Yes. Councilor Beal.
Yes.
Councilor Koso.
Yes.
All right.
Last item on the agenda.
Any other new business items from council?
I have 4 new business items.
Okay, yep. You're a real chucklehead.
Kidding.
Council, I'm sorry, Mayor Yazzie.
Okay, so I would like us to discuss getting updates on the PD City Hall plan going forward since the funding came in. So if we could do like an update, maybe like once a month, just like, okay, we did this, we did that.
We have an update in the next council meeting with Artaic to provide to the council an update on the PD City Hall. So that's already in the mix for the next council meeting.
Is there a plan for sequential updates?
Yes, this is their beginning to go through. We're getting now to finally to a stage where we'll have updates to present.
One next meeting and then one when the ribbon cutting.
Is
Yeah,
that what it
yeah,
is?
that's
There's
it.
2?
Yeah, there's only 2.
2 updates?
2 updates. All right. Any other new business? All right, adjourn. Getting me some trial runs before.
Oh, but you know what the gun just like? Yes, I just.